Hero. Oh jeez. Hey Jenny. Holy fuck! I had this on wait for stream, and the stream start music just gave me a damn. I am so sorry. You okay? It was sudden. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought it had a build in to it, but apparently not. Yeah, sorry about that. Whoopsie. Well, how you doing today? Balance to music. To music. Well. Surprise. Okie dokie. So yeah, to the Bozjan Southern Front. Finally gonna finish that up. Switch to my samurai. Actually, real quick, I should probably check to see if some of the stuff I had up for sale sold. You got me a present? But it's not my birthday. And Christmas is a little while away. It's a little early. Yay, I did get money. My shit sold. It's always good to hear when your shit sells. What's all the map? No, they were not. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, oh, 29. Usually it's louder on 29. All right. Nice ambiance. All right. So I should also see if my gear needs to be repaired. Because I did do a couple more rounds of doing the latest Pandemonium raids. Because I'm trying to get the Pandemonium gear. Toe fungus ooze. With a Doge necklace. Sorry, a Shiba Inu, I suppose. Well, the Doji is a Shiba Inu. Okay. What an interesting fellow. Oh, wait, no. The guy I wanted to go to for my repair is over yonder. But yeah. How's everybody doing today? He needs the matching mount. So there. It's never early for random gifts. I mean, in nature of them being random, I suppose. Put an arms mender. Okay, good. They did need to be repaired. Alright, now to head to the Bozjan Southern Front. Ah, look, it's Jenny. Hey, Jenny. Alright, I suppose we'll slip over. By the way, I am in the stream VC, my dear. Big shell whistle. It's a bear.
The mini pets are just things I randomly picked up, so. If you don't have them, feel free to try and sell them. Or if you have them.
Nope, I didn't have any of them. Big shell mount. Why does that sound familiar?
Oh, I should use the ones I picked up for you.
Let's see. Did you find mount guide? I clicked on the wrong damn thing. Mount guide. Oh. Oh, it's the big crab-looking thing.
Big. Yes. Big crab.
Wait, is it small?
You'll see.
Got an umbrella.
It's got a little face on it.
Oh yeah, the cactuar face.
Yeah, it's the Sabatender. I have quite a few umbrellas.
Alright. Did you want to do the Bozjan Southern Front, or were you up to something else?
I'm game for the... Ooh. Where the hell did I get this one? Okay, whatever.
Somewhere.
Oh, it was, The Rising. Not last year, but the year before.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm game for the Bozjan Southern Front.
Oakley dokley.
I bet I can find my way there faster than you can, too.
Probably. Alright, let's zip on over.
Apparently I have 9 umbrellas, 4 sets of wings, and a pair of glasses in this menu.
Hmm.
And I finally got the best thing ever. It only took 90,000 goddamn runs to get it, and I can't summon it here. I finally got Starbird. I have 300 mini pets. Okay.
300.
333.
Hmm.
I don't have a problem. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's see, how many minions do I only have 49 minions.
Yeah, I've had quite a bit longer to collect them. Can I use these here? Oh, I can. Look. I'm a devil.
You're an angel with devilish wings.
Well, if I wanted to be an angel.
Gold!
I also have the pixie wings in both colors.
Ooh. Pretty.
I have a lot of random stuff in my inventory.
Alright, Sheheros. Enter the Bozjan Southern Front. By the way, I should mention this on my playlist, because I have like a music playlist I listen to when I do like grinding activities off stream. And on it, I have 4 times, because it's not Spotify I'm talking about. I have like on my computer an actual like playlist of music I've downloaded, and on there 4 times in very specific rotation, I have Scream.
Scream is a great song.
It is a very good song. I have it on there 4 times.
You should look up the Final Fantasy Bard YouTube video. They do Scream with the in-game instruments.
Oh, damn.
It's actually really good.
I still haven't done anything with the in-game instruments. Hold on, I gotta get the next quest from Demeter. Alright. Except... I am happy to report our soldiers have dealt another heavy blow to the Empire's forces. Our front line has again pushed forward and seized another outpost at Old Bozjan.
My commanding officer has asked that I take you to the site, if you would follow me. Lead the way, Demeter.
Trap!
It's a trap. Trap! Alright. Get on me bike. Actually, I think I have another bike now.
Get on your crab. I just got you a crab.
The crab. Crab. What do you mean crabby crab? They mean crabby crab. Oh, it's tiny. Never mind.
It is the most ridiculous looking mount ever.
Ho! Carry forth my mighty steed.
Like I said, it's the most ridiculous looking mount ever, but I love it. I mean, mine's not much less ridiculous looking.
Did I lose you? Where are you?
I'm floating above your head.
What the fuck?
It's the mount for the gathering beast tribe for Endwalker.
Huh. They shrunk you.
Yes, I actually have two mounts that shrink me. The other is... That's not it. The other is in this list of mounts somewhere.
It's hard to feel epic when riding the scrub.
You're the most epic ever. I love that mount, it's so silly.
I'm
also shrunk in this one.
Oh, yes.
I do have a crab. I like this one too. You know, you could have just teleported over here.
Could have. Alright. Gotta go to the other end of this one. Just crabbing my way all the way there.
It's the most ridiculous mount ever. I
It's
love
very
it.
ridiculous.
I mean, this one. This one also comes from the same place, and it's a sheep.
Ah. Well, it's faster.
It's not faster. I'm faster. I have the mount speed buff here.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't. And... Damn
I mean, I
sprites.
could technically use one of my 2-seat mounts and then drive you around. But I don't know where you're going, so I can't really do that.
Well, the quest is unlocking like the next segment of the front.
Oh, so right over here.
Yep. My goal today is to finish up the questing element of the Bozjan Southern Front.
I'm gonna go ahead and say good luck with that.
Why?
Because there's an event you need to do, and I don't see any people in here. Probably gonna need to do it on a day when it's busy.
Could just be the hour of the day.
It could be. It is fairly early, considering people are working.
Right.
This is Lunya's stand. The Guardians made us work for it, but it's finally ours. If we can continue to keep pressure on the Empire's forces, I imagine they will have no choice but to retreat back to the Castron ere long. That means we've no time to rest on our laurels. They're certain to do all in their power to slow our advance. I hope we can count on you to keep fighting the good fight. Of course, Demeter. Right. Attune me.
Always click on the shiny rocks.
Yep. Always pet the rock. Okay, so I guess we're in the new layer. Ooh, almanac. Alright. Suppose we do duties around the place. Asmogan!
We are murdering the birds. Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
They aggroed on me? Alright, so the murder, death, kill. That's up ahead.
What's that big one in the middle?
This ain't unnerving.
Speak for yourself, buddy. Lightning's gonna be upset that I'm stealing his role.
Wait, who would be upset?
Lightning. Lightning lunatic. It's usually him with the giant axe.
Alright, he does play warrior mainly.
I picked it because it's got the easiest self-heal. I mean, I could totally switch to any tank class. if I wanted.
I'm just playing a class I need to level right now.
I figured I would pick a class that would help you stay alive.
I appreciate that.
that really hurts. Why am I going through the effort of dodging that? Have you done the variable dungeon yet?
The variable dungeon? Oh,
Yeah.
what's that one?
The one where you get to quest around with the Sultana?
I don't believe I have. That sounds new.
I'm not sure. It was released with the most recent stuff.
Alright, so I probably haven't done it yet.
You can get a cool mount. I think it's a cool mount anyway. You can also get the a couple of titles and an interesting like outfit.
So it's called a variable dungeon. Is it because it changes?
Yeah, there's 3 paths, and then you can do things within each path, and there's 4 stories in each path
Oh, that's neat.
for a total of 12. You get the title Sultana's Shadow for finishing all 12 of them.
Oh yeah, well, I'll probably be a good idea to try that out.
You get this emote here.
I can't
Oh.
see you.
Yeah, I know.
Sparkle in amazement.
Yep. It makes a sparkly twinkly noise.
Do it again. Ah, okay, so it's like the admire anime thing.
Yeah.
You're sparkly!
Where's the mount? It's on page 4. Wish I would like list these in the order I acquired them.
That would make it easier to peruse.
Yeah, because I can't remember what its name is. Actually, I can. It's a silky.
It's a gerbil. Kinda reminds me of Hamsuke from Overlord. A little bit. Except Hamsuke doesn't have a giant puffball at the end of his tail.
I'll take your word for that. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You've never seen Overlord?
I don't anime.
That's like a sin.
Everyone says that, but I am just not anime. Which is weird because I like anime video games. I absolutely adore the Persona games, but I don't anime.
Well, aren't you quirky?
That's one word for me.
I'd go with that. Quirky, beautifully odd, a little strange.
I'm just not like other girls.
It's not a bad thing.
Just realize I'm being silly. I know you do.
Mm-hmm.
I thought there were NPCs, or I thought there were other players, and no, it's just NPCs.
Yeah, well, still an event.
Oh, I know, it's just... I thought that there were people here.
Damn AI thinking us were playing an MMO. Yeah, run away, you bitch. Hey, Mr. Lee. I'm under a blanket collecting farts. Congratulations.
Well,
How many
as long
farts
as
are you
you're
up to?
happy.
How many are you up to? 4? 5? You better be eating Taco Bell. If not, your collection's not going to get very high.
I don't know, lactose intolerant plus milk.
I don't know why, but that buggy looks so cute.
I love this one, it's so cute.
Do I have that one? I'm pretty sure I have that one.
It's from the Island Sanctuary.
I may not have actually gotten it then.
It's
mean,
the 24th.
Yeah, I may be able to buy it, but I don't think I have it.
It's the 24,000 token one. That one. Is that the store one?
Yeah, this is the Fenrir one.
Oh, yeah, I have that one too. It just, I guess it looks different because you're bigger than I am. All my mounts are slightly smaller.
You get a mini bike.
You want small? You should see this one on a Lalafell.
I'm sure it looks very tiny.
It is very tiny. I like that I can like fly around in it.
Alright, so why don't we do the variable dungeon and then come back here? It looks like there's one other plane running around, but that's it.
Variable dungeon, I believe, starts in Ul'dah.
Ul'dah. Not Thanalan? Or?
Isn't Ul'dah in Thanalan?
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot.
No, I was legitimately confused for a second because I thought I may have forgotten where I was.
I do that all the time. Alright, so I guess we just exit Bozjan to the front and we'll come back a little bit later. Hopefully there'll be more people in here. Alright. And I can try out the new variable dungeon.
You can leave the Bozjan Southern Front from anywhere by clicking on the thing and clicking leave.
Oh, looks like there's... Hey, look, it's Lauren. Hi, Lauren. How do you do /lollyho? Eh.
You know, if you open your emotes menu and you mouse over the emote, it'll tell you the / command to use it. It's lollyho with no space in it.
I may not be able to use it then because I just tried that.
Did you not get it?
I'm pretty sure I did. That's why I'm confused.
LALIHO?
Yeah, I tried that.
Huh?
I was pretty sure I got it.
Oh look, it's Snow White.
Well, that's adorable.
I hadn't thought to use that shirt like that, but it works really well.
It's got
Really
an
do have-
It's got an interesting cut to it. That's all I'll say.
It actually makes the boobs bigger.
I believe it.
There's a pair of pants that does the same thing to the butt.
Alright, so we can do this variable dungeon. So you said Ulda?
Yeah, it should be like in the same area as the crystal. It'll be a blue quest, like a blue quest too, so it'll be pretty obvious.
Okay.
I think you have to be level 80 or 90. Sorry.
Yep. Okay. Ulda. Whee!
We left poor Lauren behind.
I'm sure she's watching the stream. She'll follow us.
Could be like over by where the like above the inn, north of the inn.
I don't see an unlock other than Corpse Groom over there.
Wouldn't be like right here? Somewhere. I mean, it's gone for me because I've done it.
When in doubt, use Google as a cheat.
I was already doing that. You must complete the main scenario quest Endwalker.
Check.
Uh-huh. Oh, apparently it actually starts in Old Charlene and then it sends you here. The NPC is named Osman. The quest is...
An old Charlene.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
The quest is named A Key to the Past, I think.
Alright, hopping over.
I know it sends you back here repeatedly, so I got slightly confused.
Alright, poof. I still gotta do all this side quests in this area. Keep neglecting to do that. Alright, so is it an odd job or...
It's named A Key to the Past, I think.
The 3 blue unlocks I see are I Wandered Charlene as a Minstrel, an Odd Job, and Sights of the End.
11. Okay, so it should be down. Alright, dungeon system. First to complete this, and we've done that part. Speak with the NPC Osman in Old Charlene. He should be at 1113, which is right near the Scholar's Harbor.
Okay, there it is.
Did we find it?
Yep, it's an old job.
Huh. Okay, apparently.
Hello, how may I help you? You're Shroud Scythe, aren't you? Aha! I thought I recognized that heroic mien.
how wonderful to meet you. The name's Osman. I'm a gleaner, as you may have surmised, mostly specializing in the collection of rare and curious books, and it would seem fate has brought us together. My work has given me an appetite for well-crafted stories. You see, but recently I've struggled to find any truly engaging material. So I thought to myself, Self, why waste all this time bemoaning the lack of quality literature when you could be writing the exact kind of tales you enjoy? I know the feeling. Which is why I'm so excited to be speaking with a vaunted champion. Shroud, the vaunted champion, Shroud. Hey, kiddo. If I could convince you to share some of the minutiae of your adventures, it would lend my fiction an undeniable authenticity. Let me tell you about the time I was just starting out. Here's a story of the Dragon Song War you may not have heard. Well, when I stood beside the resistance fighters of Alamigo and later of Doma, there's a lot you consider when you visit another world, the world of the past. Oh shit. Which one to choose? I suppose we'll go with yeah, I suppose we'll go with that one. Hey Ben, I'm doing pretty good. How about you? This is turn 21. Congrats! Go easy on the booze! Or go hard on them and never drink again. Some people... One of the two. Your choice. Oh, that was a complete waste of... Osman? Are you actually chatting? Sorry, are you actually chatting? Scholar above. It's a miracle! Now I thought you capable of little more than grunts and sighs. Ah. May I introduce Shallow Moore, my colleague and internal tormentor. Oh, come now, it's just a bit of playful banter. Trisant and I could use some good humor after failing to track down our quarry. I'll be damned! Shroud, this is an honor, and an incredible stroke of luck. You are the very person we've been searching for. If you will indulge me for a moment, I can explain the situation at hand. As you know, Charlian was charged in antiquity with fulfilling a sacred duty, a duty which kept the gleaners buzzing to and fro like angry hornets. Aye, we would complete one grueling list of procurements, only to be handed yet another, then another. The work was all we knew. But now that those days are behind us, the tasks have slowed to a trickle, and we find ourselves, well, strangely idle. Thus, the guild ship, in its wisdom, has forged a partnership with the Adventurers Guild. We now have a system in place where odd jobs from other countries can be funneled here to us in Charlian. The tasks they pass on to us are, for the most part, not your average gleaner cannot handle. There is one client, however, who has asked for you specifically, and as the Adventurers Guild has no official presence in our city, we agreed to the odd job of facilitating that request. Think of us as their substitute Charlian branch, if you will. In any case, I'll be here at this counter, ready to provide you with the details. It doesn't appear to be urgent matter, so feel free to engage the request whenever you I'm gonna keep getting tongue-tied. Your schedule allows. Oh, and be sure to browse Trisant's wares. He has a special selection available for anyone who takes part in our odd job enterprise. Shroud, I didn't quite get the chance to before Shallow Moore commandeered the conversation, but I want to thank you for indulging me with your stories. Do you think we might talk again sometime? I should love to hear how this odd job of yours turns out.
Alright, now to add to the list of activities, get Shallow Moore's number. Or her link pearl address.
Well, in the future, she's just standing right here, so you can talk to her whenever you want to.
Well, that makes it easy. Alright, so I talked to Osmond. And her quest is a key to the past.
Okay, so that's where it was. But yeah, she just kind of hangs out right here, so.
Okay. So, Shroud, does this mean you found a spare moment in your busy god-slaying agenda? Wonderful. We actually have a letter addressed to you from Mistress Momodi. Okay. Go ahead and read through that, and I'll dig up the link pearl. I'm too used to convey your reply. Dear Shroud, I hope this letter finds you well and still taking guild jobs, because we've got one here with your name on it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't bother you with something like this, but the client is a personal attendant to Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ulnamo, and I'm guessing that piqued your curiosity as much as it did mine. Let Shallow Moor know if you can make it over to Ul'dah, and I'll set up a meeting with this lady in waiting. I'm told it's nothing urgent, so at your earliest convenience, Momodi. It's good to hear from Momodi. What are we thinking? Yay or nay? Tell Momodi I'm on my way. Indeed! Huzzah! Understood. I'll call her right away. You haven't drank yet? Been sick lately? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, don't do this, but sometimes when I'm sick, I still drink.
Well, hot toddy is supposed to be a cure for the flu.
Theoretically. And done. Our tiny taskmaster is making arrangements as we speak. Man, the Lalafels really do rule this world. She says the lady you're to meet is a Lalafell by the name of Kokoshu. Light brown hair, green eyes. She should be awaiting you outside the quicksand by the time you arrive. Fair fortune and safe travels.
This guy right here has the rewards that you can purchase for tokens.
Tristan?
Yeah, the top ones are for the variable dungeons. The silver ones are for the Criterion dungeon, which is the hardest level of dungeon, and I haven't done it yet. Which is sad because I want the throne.
If I click on him, he just says some text, but he doesn't let me actually access anything.
Oh. It's like an inspector's outfit and the WoW emote.
Wow!
Hey,
Nice.
the WoW emote is cute.
I know, it's adorable. Teleportation.
And now you should have a quest just north of the quicksand.
Yep. On my way. Oh, by the way, what do you think of my Reaper glam?
Very reapery.
It's very suave, if I do say so myself.
That top. The coat. The little tie thing.
Mm-hmm. The ascot. Alright, Kokoshu is right over here. Master Scythe, I presume? I'm Kokoshu. But let us be clear from the outset, I am not your true client.
The personage who wishes to engage your services is the Sultana Nanamo Unamo herself. I figured, to be honest. Firstly, however, pray allow me to explain the request itself. Then you can decide whether or not you wish to proceed. Alright, hit me. I trust you recall the tunnels beneath the city of Uldar? Yep. I speak, of course, of the Sildin subterrane. The passages and waterways through which you made your escape on the day that ill-fated victory banquet. Now that's a callback. It seems that one of the tunnel sections collapsed during the commotion, and a crew compromised primarily of immortal flames has since been put to work on repairs. In the process of restoring the masonry, however, they have come across an unexpected gate. It was described as antique in design, inscrutable in purpose, and sealed shut by some mystical force. The report appeared of great interest to the Sultana, and she has expressed a desire to investigate this strange portal firsthand. Furthermore, she feels that Master Tarapin and the like are overprotective, quote-unquote, and prevent her from exploring to her heart's content. But are we then to send her Royal Majesty into potential peril without a trusted escort? You see my dilemma. As the proven champion of Eorzea and veteran of countless heroic endeavors, it is to you whom we would entrust the Sultana's safety, besides which she would have it no other way. Majesty's wish is my command. I'm not sure about this, but if that's what the Sultana wants. Her wish is my command, I suppose. Thank you, Master Scythe. It will mean a great deal to Her Majesty. Please wait here, and I shall inform the Sultana of your decision. Hello, Nanamo. Shroud, thank you for coming. I greatly appreciate you indulging this selfish request of mine. What's new? I should hope for the sake of your adventurous spirit, however, that the mystery at hand proves more intriguing than odious. Kokoshu spoke broadly of what to expect, yes? Then allow me to add a few details to the story. According to the report, the gate bears an intricate, flowery design. The flames were unable to ascertain its origin or significance, but I have seen such a motif before. The very same design adorns a key in my possession, the last gift I was to receive from my dear departed parents. I recall the ceremony with which it was presented, and their promises to take me to the place the key unlocked before I had come of age. They spoke excitedly of the choices I might make, of the things I would behold on my chosen path, but they were called away to Thal's halls long before that day would arrive. With mother and father gone, I despaired of ever learning the key's purpose, and now this portal is found. Surely you understand why I cannot leave it unopened. There could be anything behind that gate. There could be anything behind that gate. It's the same thing. So it's excited versus apprehension. I'll go with apprehension on that one. Indeed, but mother and father meant for me to see it, and that is what I intend to do. Still, neither Papashan or Pippin would approve of my plans to investigate in person. I needed someone else I trust, but who trusted my judgment in turn. Will you be that person for me?
Yeah, might as well. As for Kokoshu, was the first I brought into my confidence. She is, after all, my lady-in-waiting, and serves as my double when I'm away. I was noting that they look somewhat similar. I hadn't wished to involve anyone else, but she flatly refused to cooperate unless I enlisted a reliable escort. Thus, here we stand, and though I regret the need to have you complicit in my subterfuge, the idea of exploring without you has me giddy with anticipation. I mean, whenever I go along on some sojourn of yours, it always ends up with blood, death, and fighting, but, yep. If you could make your way directly to the excavation site in Sechuthanalan, the foreman there has been instructed to permit you entrance. Considering the tunnels reach all the way to the palace, security protocols dictate that we receive reports anytime someone enters the ruins. I will take that as my signal to join you, via the secret passage, of course. Now let us make our preparations. We should, as you say, be ready for anything. Alrighty then. Probably should change the title of the stream a little bit there. Alright.
You spend so much time out of the throne room, I don't know who's in charge of this city.
Technically her, but it's probably on Pippin and the rest.
Like, every time you see her, she's trying to run away from what she's supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's not like she's the princess. She's actually the one fundamentally in charge.
Oh.
It's like, you gotta know that every time they show up with, like, a list of decrees she has to sign off on, they come in and the window's open. It's like, god damn it.
The window's not open. She's got her own, like, secret exits and everything.
Master Scythe, Lady Kokoshu says you are to have unrestricted access to the ruins for some manner of confidential assignment. I wonder, does this have anything to do with what they found in that collapsed section, or... actually, never mind that. I'm not meant to ask any questions. The rubble's been mostly cleared away, but please do watch your footing down there. Wouldn't want you tripping over a loose rock in the gloom.
I mean, that would be one horribly, like, ironic way to die after everything we've survived. Alright, variable dungeons. Variant dungeons, a matter of choice. Variant dungeons are a unique type of duty featuring branching paths. By exploring these choices alongside the quest character, you will gradually reveal new elements of overarching story. Unlocking certain branches may require some detective work. Whenever you complete a path, a new story entry will be added to the journal associated with the dungeon. So keep at it until you discover all the forks in the road. So it's a choose your own adventure dungeon.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they do these for other things too. It looks like this is like a trial run, and they'll have other ones later, which would be really cool. I mean, I wouldn't mind one with Mama Admiral.
That would be nice. See, the difficulty of a variant dungeon is automatically adjusted to provide a challenge for parties of between 1 to 4 players. You can group up with friends, make use of party matching option, or put your solo player skills to the test. Victory will require effort and attention, but it is entirely possible to complete these dungeons alone. What good news is, I'm not alone.
But it is completely possible to do them by yourself.
See, to allow for greater freedom in role choices, variant dungeons grant players the use of special variant actions. These actions mimic existing abilities such as Cure or Rampart. Alleviating the need for dedicated tanks, DPS, or healers. Each player has 2 actions available for use during the dungeon, and these can be changed at any time in the Dungeon Finder window. You can enter a variant dungeon via the VNC Dungeon Finder window, which is accessed by speaking with the NPC at the dungeon entrance, or by selecting the option from duty in the main menu. Okay, makes sense. The standalone window serves all your variant dungeon needs, whether you wish to read story discoveries, set your variant actions, or make changes to the dungeon's settings. I understand what I must do. Okay. Right. Oh.
I would suggest setting your skills first.
Set actions. So, variant cure, variant raise. I'll go with variant rampart and variant cure.
Rampart too. Yeah, that one's fine. Cure and Rampart's probably a good selection. If you come in here doing it solo as a tank, I recommend Spirit Dart and Heal.
Alright. Okay. Enable party matching. What's that?
That's the party finder, I think.
Oh, okay. We don't need that because we're already in a group.
True.
Commence. The Sildine Subterrane. Oh, we're already at a choice.
Doors 1 through 3.
Okay. 3 more gates? 'Twould seem we have a choice to make. Do your instincts pull you one way or another? If I were to listen to mine, I find myself drawn to this one. Okay, do I go with her instincts or mine?
I'm just here to follow you, so you pick.
Thanks. Put it all on me. Okay, Shit. I guess we'll go with Nanimos. Oh, we've picked the same gate.
I like how the voting system works. That's really neat.
Yeah. You just go to the door that you vote for.
Yeah. I like how that works. It's very convenient.
It is.
It's very easy.
It requires minimal debate.
And if you're wondering, no, you can't rescue people onto the right entrance. You have to be in combat to rescue people.
How did you know I was thinking that?
Because that was the first thing I was thinking when I saw that.
That's the first thing that came to mind. I
Thoughts.
was like, you know, people can just like drag each other onto one spot.
Oh, nope, they can't. I'm also not going to explain the bosses. You're going to have to learn this yourself.
Makes sense. And I figured I'd be learning on my own. As usually.
Unless you die
1.
repeatedly. Unless you die repeatedly, then I'll explain why you're dying.
Froggy.
Oh, and you can change classes in here, I believe. In case you're getting your ass kicked solo.
Not yet.
I know, but I came in here solo and I tried to do it as healer and then I got frustrated and bored and decided to do it as tank instead.
Even empty of pests. This place is a dank, moldering nightmare. How long has it lain unattended? Long fucking time, apparently. Piff, piff. Tome, if I'd fell in by booth.
Is adventuring always this disgusting?
Yes. Sometimes worse. Nice of the spiders to create a bridge for us there.
My least favorite enemy type in the entire game.
I'm assuming you mean that big fucking thing.
Yeah, it's a marble. I still have trauma from Final Fantasy VII, okay?
That's fair.
I may or may not have had a minor panic attack the first time I saw a Tonberry. You laugh because you know it's fucking true.
Yeah, I know. Oh, come on, our first boss. Geryon the Sea. Oh, sorry, Steer. I thought it said Seer. Alright, ready to go in?
Yeah.
Maybe my dot on him.
Worry about healing me, I'll be fine.
Well, I'm being safe. I feel like this is a trick. Oh, you bitch.
You feel correct.
I knew that felt way too convenient. Ah, great. What is he gonna do now? Oh, shit.
You're lucky you have a teleport.
Huh?
You're lucky you have a teleport. Or you would have eaten that AoE in the face.
Yep. I'm not lucky. I chose this for a reason. It's my favorite
Yeah,
class for a reason as well. The mobility of Reaper is undeniably fucking awesome.
Well, I like Dancer too.
Yeah. My two main classes are Dark Knight and Reaper. And yes, it's mainly because I'm an edgy boy. But it's also because of the utility.
I didn't do that too early, I swear.
Nah, you're right. Roll that dot back on him. Oh shit, I walked right into it. Camino, boom. Eat it, ya bitch. Fuck. Going around
I can tell which way he was turning, really. I do the same thing.
I got a potsherd.
Yep, those
That-
are the tokens for buying outfits and emotes and things.
Okay. Gotcha. I'm actually curious about the outfit. Is it dyeable?
Yes.
Potential new glamour, question mark?
It looks very much like a private investigator outfit, you know, trench coat with a tie and a hat, sunglasses and boots, or little short shoes and gloves. It's not bad.
So like a modern day inspector type appearance, or?
I think more noir.
So,
Like-
okay.
Long pants, long sleeves, button-up shirt with tie and trench coat, fedora type hat with sunglasses.
I think that would be an awesome glamour for a machinist.
I can see that.
Alright, so Rusty Switch.
I think it may actually be named noir, which is why I remember that word.
Okay. So raising one of these left should... Okay, so Nanamo didn't give us a hint of which way she
Nope.
would like to go. So we can just choose either way.
Yep. Remember, each of these paths has... Each of the three paths has different stories that play out depending on what you do in the thing. So you will have to come back here and choose the other one at some point anyway.
Which to do... Left or right? Let's go right. Interesting. The lift appears of Uldan design, albeit an old one, but everything else screams a Malja. Thank you, Nanamo, for automatically not getting in the way of this fight.
She does the good NPC thing and stays the hell out of the way.
Exactly. Let us do the murdering.
If you look, she's behind you, around the corner of the wall.
Yeah, I saw. I saw her run behind it. Communio. Boom. It's a Durgan. There's multiple Durgans. Okay.
The whole Durgan family.
Yep.
Father and a mother and a brother and a sister and a baby.
And we're murdering them. Like, good player characters.
We murdered them in size order from smallest to largest.
I mean, yeah.
Always kill the babies first?
Yeah, get them out of the way, you know? No need to make them, you know, watch their parents die. That's just cruel.
What, you don't want to create Batman?
Not particularly. The Batman of Monsters sounds rather horrifying. Did you know that Ul'dah and Amalj'aa once fought side by side? 'Tis not common knowledge. I mean, wouldn't surprise me. A door of solid iron, and no sign my key will open it. Do you see any handy levers and the like? Message is engraved in the common tongue. In the beginning, the Lord of the Inferno shared with us his flame. Speak the name of the gift he bestowed upon our bloodline. The blessed spark or the sacred fire? Shit, crap, I'm pretty sure the Amalj'aa have actually said this before.
You have a 50-50 chance either way.
Sacred fire? Oh, okay, it worked. Impressive.
Yep.
A lifetime of adventure teaches us one more than just battlecraft, I see. 'Tis so stately and subdued in here. I'm reminded of Erlig's burial chamber. Fallen hero sarcophagus? Sarcophagus. Oh, I'm a moron.
That's a weird word, okay?
If I had just taken a second to think about it, I probably would have gotten that one. No, I was just like, yeah, sarcophagus. That's what that says.
That's how it's spelled?
Oh, God. Well done, Asmo. Well done. You're using full brain power today.
You've been having trouble with language all day.
Undead Shadowcaster. Bro, you got an arrow in your head. I didn't know if you noticed that.
Got a couple of arrows in him.
Yeah.
Luckily, the bosses in here are complete circle bosses.
Yep. It'd be very annoying to do positionals on them.
Zombie horde This warrior have endured since the Thorn Dynasty? But what was that? But that was centuries ago. Oh. Probably should heal myself.
Probably. My DOT on him.
I'm trying not to give too many tells with my own movement about where you need to be safe.
Wait, you want me to die?
No, I want you to learn.
Well, that's asking too much. Uh-oh. Why not? Fuck, still got me. Okay, so those switches the lenses around. Oh, not this shit. Okay. So they're gonna switch lenses.
Hey. You didn't die.
Uh-huh.
I was just thinking I probably shouldn't have taken DPS, I probably should have taken the raise skill.
Can't trick me with that mechanic. I learned that one pretty well in a previous boss.
Yeah, I think there's 6 or 7 bosses that use a similar mechanic.
Yeah. Heidelin uses one.
Heidelin uses one, the final boss of Antiscope has one. God, that mechanic's been around since ARR.
Fuck. Minio, boom.
At least his hitbox is nice and big.
Yep.
I approve of that change, moving the, changing the hitboxes from being so small, making it easier to hit bosses.
I approve as well. Easier it is to hit him, the less annoying it is to have to chase him around the map.
We've also seemed to be making boss arenas not smaller, but more, you know, compact. I realize those two words actually mean pretty much the same.
More or less, yeah. Got him. Alright, two Citadine potsherds. Yay! Master Scythe, all done with your assignment then? Glad to hear it. I'll inform the workers that they are free to head back into their tunnels. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message for you from Lady Kokoshu. She wishes to meet you by the quicksand upon your return to Uldar. Safe travels, sir. Alright, so we've done one version of this so far. Let's go see how it ends. There's Kokoshu. Welcome back, Master Scythe. As Kokoshu might say, 'tis I, Nanamo. Did I fool you? My lady-in-waiting yet plays the role of Satana, but we reasoned it odd if Kokoshu were to enter my chambers and never emerge. Thus, the disguise, it also affords me a way to speak with you without the usual royal fanfare. As for our expedition, that was rather more taxing than I had anticipated. What I had planned as a simple sating of curiosity has given me much to consider. Few are aware of Uldar's historic alliance with the Amaljar. The fortifications we saw are undoubtedly remnants from that period of cooperation, a chapter of our past that has long been kept from the light of day. I've been afforded a tangible glimpse into how things once stood between us, and as we continue our struggle to repair ties with the tribes, I'm encouraged that we will one day be so harmonious again. Such revelations aside, I cannot help but dwell upon the fuss which mother and father made of the choices I would make, and the paths I would take. Other places of import yet lurk behind those portals. Of that I am certain. Yes, I should very much like to conduct a more thorough exploration. When time and circumstances permit, of course. Aid me in mapping out this underground enigma, and you will find me a very grateful Sultana. In this very moment, however, there are several dreary affairs of state which demand my attention. I believe Kokoshu wishes a word before you depart, so pray abide here a while, if you would. Keep well, Shroud, and we shall meet again soon. Welcome back, Master Scythe. Ah, lest you wonder, I promise I am the real Kokoshu this time. And I am Kilfufu, Kokoshu's assistant and fellow trusted confidant. I have pleasure to make your acquaintance. As part of Her Majesty's inner circle, I simply had to come along to offer my thanks in person. Yes, we are most grateful for your steadfast presence. I worried that what would happen when the Sultana first laid out her rather reckless plan, yet she has returned to us not only unharmed, but invigorated. For the sake of Her Majesty's well-being and our continued peace of mind, we hope that you will agree to further forays at her side. We were also informed by Mistress Momodi that the Gleaners Guildship was instrumental in facilitating our request. When next you visit Charlian, please do pass on our warmest regards to Shallow Moor. I shall indeed.
He shall indeed. Look, you get to go talk to her again.
Yay! Alright. Time to head back to old Charlian. Teleport. Okey-dokey. Shallow Moor, where are you, my dear?
You know there's a teleport right next door, right?
Shh! All finished with the job then, Shroud? Mistress Momodi called to thank us, and let us know that you'd arrived in Ul'dah. So the little lady in waiting sends her regards as well, does she? They sure know how to make a girl feel appreciated. Oh, I should probably give you a nudge in Osmond's direction. He's been scanning the crowd every few moments, hoping you'd be back to regale him with the tale of your odd job adventure. If you've the time, I'm sure he'd be thrilled with any scrap of story you could care to share. Sildi survey record unlocked. Okay. Damn it, all I get is the earrings.
Yeah, but you can try the rest of it on.
It really is just a straight up inspector's jacket. Shroud, how for your adventures? You wouldn't happen to have any you'd like to share, would you? The Sildine Subterrane. The Sildine Subterrane. I am passing familiar with its history. And Mrs. Momodi's client had you exploring this network of tunnels and aqueducts? Fascinating. By your description, this mysterious gate's floral motif sounds very much like a gerbera, or daisy, as some prefer to call it. Shallow Moor is our resident botanical expert, so I can only tell you that what she's told me. That gerberas are a common sight in Ul'dah, having adapted to thrive in Thanalin's arid climate. I've also read that the Royal House of Thorn had something of a special relationship with these blooms. And was it not during the Thorn Dynasty that the Sildine waterways were purged of zombies? Curious. The Thorn's shadow flickers, ever present at the edges of your tale. I understand you are not at liberty to tell me everything, but even the abridged account has been absolutely captivating. A sealed gate, the hidden pass which lied beyond? The kind of perilous locales a poor combatant such as myself would read about, but never hope or wish to visit. Deep beneath Ul'dah do mighty guardians dwell, but what have they been placed to protect? It practically bleeds intrigue. Yes, I am ready to write my adventure epic, and it will be set in the dank passageways of Sildine Subterrane. But let me think a moment. Anything looking in moldy aqueducts for an extended length of time would surely deteriorate or as rust or decay set in. Putting aside the question of how long they've been down there, is it not reasonable to expect the inhabitants were once far stronger? Oh, is this like the extreme version?
It's called the Criterion version, yeah.
Okay. Perhaps strong enough to challenge even the indomitable Shroud, eh? With you as my muse, this book... Oh, I guess it's kind of like talk to the minstrel about this shit.
Yeah.
This
is our fanboy in chief this time.
Gotcha. This book will all but write itself. Okay. Another Sildine Subterrane now accessible. Criterion version.
I haven't done this one yet because I haven't sat in queue and waited.
Do you have to queue for it?
Yeah, it has to be 4 people. And it can't just be 2 DPS, tank and a healer. It has to be a melee DPS and a ranged DPS, so...
That's odd.
Yeah. It kind of tickled me pink when I saw that the first time, though.
So yeah, I just got a notification on the YouTubes.
Cool. I can extract materia out of my pants.
The creation.
Well, that's a serious expression.
Huh?
You're staring at your screen like something's wrong.
No, just when I write a reply, I guess I have a stern-looking face. Okay.
I know what I was doing.
Alright, got that out of the way. Alright, so... Want to try and check by the Bozjan Southern Front again, see if it's starting to get more populated?
Sure.
Alright.
If not, we can queue from there for this and do another path.
Yeah.
What quest are you on for the Bozjan Southern Front?
Not on a quest now. I think I gotta rank up before I get the next one.
Let's see. We need to make sure that you don't, because you'll have a quest to do this event, like it's called Castrum something or other. You don't have any quests out here or anything?
Out here? No. And the next quest to grab will be signature required from Mikoto, but it's locked right now, so I'm assuming you gotta rank up for that.
Signature required?
Yep. It's
Allow me
locked,
to ask.
so.
Allow me to ask the Google.
Le Google. I'll jump over to Lenya's stand to start grinding them fates.
Players must first progress through the Resistance Weapon series and increase their Resistance rank before accepting this quest. Yeah, I think you're right.
Told you. I'm a smart cookie.
You're not a cookie at all. If you were a cookie, the ants might eat you.
I definitely don't want the ants to eat me. That would be upsetting.
I do need to do the Criterion dungeon, though. Oh, I went to the wrong place. I do need to do the Criterion dungeon at least enough to get them out, though. Because it's another chair.
It's not a chair.
Oh. Hopefully it doesn't have the same problem that the one chair does. I have like 6 chair mounts. I wish they would fix the problem with this one.
What's the problem with that one?
Look at how I'm sitting.
Kind of leaning forward.
Yes. Do you know any humans that could sit like that and not die? Too far forward, there's something wrong with the position of the legs. It's just, this chair needs to be fixed.
It does look like someone who's uncomfortable. Alright, there's a fate up. Oh, it's gone. Must have expired. Another one ought to pop in soon, hopefully.
We could continue working on getting the rest of your mounts too. We were doing that at one point.
Yes. But that'll be more fun to do when we have a full group to just kind of grind it, though. By full group, I mean like Lightning Lunatic.
At
as
least
well.
one more person. Lightning Lunatic, maybe Lauren.
Yeah.
Bad Gamer. We could just randomly murder things too.
True.
Also, there's one way over there.
Yes. And I wanted to see if I can make my way to it. Hey, look, there's the other chair.
This one has another side too.
Yep.
Fortunately, it looks a little silly if someone is vastly different sized and is sitting in theirs, because again, the size of the chair changes depending on the person, because race mounts are different sizes.
Right. Oh, there's another shard over here.
Mm-hmm.
Eh. Tune me. There's that faith handled.
There's some over by the other, like in the middle there.
Yeah. We'd have to go all the way back around though.
No, we'll go to this teleporter thing,
Oh,
hop
right,
down to
we're
the
right by
next
one.
one over there.
They got enough time on them, right? Yep, 60 minutes, 80 minutes.
I'm flying, why can't I fly?
Yes. It is rather disappointing.
It's the stand.
Whoops. Knew I'd get the right one eventually.
There's only 3 options. Well, 4 options technically. And just as we leave, another one spawns up there.
Of course.
Let's do element of supplies. Because someone's already like 50% on, or 72% on that other one.
won.
Yep.
It took a hot minute though.
That's because people were killing the enemies and not the actual chests, which is the point of that one.
Oh, okay, I'm guilty of that. I didn't realize. I thought we were supposed to be killing the enemies.
There was one white mage over there trying to poke the boxes to death.
They're doing their best.
She was trying, she really was. Go up and waste the rainbow. Camp Steva.
Alright, I'm assuming we're hitting... Oh, there you are. On my way over to the fake.
I figured I'd at least try and get some credit in this one.
You didn't get any last one?
Oh, I got some in the last one, but this one is nearly done, so I figured I'd at least pop over here real quick and see if I can get some. Because I'm only, like, rank 13 for Bozjan.
Which means I'm only slightly behind you.
Yeah.
Hey look, you're riding a Shiba. Shiba Inu.
It makes a sad face.
Aww.
And this is one of the things that we spoke ill of yesterday. This is a store mount, but
I do speak ill of them, unfortunately.
yeah, I feel different about the ones in Final Fantasy. The ones in Final Fantasy aren't necessarily the coolest looking mounts in the game. They're cute. They're mostly silly things. Again, the point of this one is not to kill things. The point of this one is to collect items.
Yep, I see the Imperial supplies. Graben. Shit.
Go ahead and grab it. I got it. You'll find for ones like this, there'll be one little group of people in the middle just killing the things while other people do the gathering of supplies.
Alright, just to cheat a little bit. Switch to Reaper on this one. Nope, can't do that right now. Fair enough.
No, you're...
Alright, who am I delivering these to?
it'll be the guy with the bag above his head.
Oh, there he is. Sup, dude? Yeah, I got a few. Don't mind me, Imperials.
Or someone else is going to be a tank. That's the thing you need to do. Cast from Lactus Lithor? Welcome to words I can't pronounce.
Ooh, almost there.
We could try and sign up for the castrum, but it won't let you quest things and it's kind of long. But we could do it if you want to.
I don't think I qualify though, do I?
Do you see it in your resistance recruitment?
Nope.
No, you don't. Never mind. I could do it, but I'm not going to. Try and die.
Fuck.
I can't at the same time be a healer, DPS, and a tank. I'm just not that good.
Well, toot your horn about the things you are good at. Speak up.
This is another. Yeah, this is another storm out.
Yep.
And you want to know the well, the horrible thing? I didn't pay for a single one of these things.
I wouldn't call it horrible.
Like most of my outfits, I didn't pay for them.
There's another fate down yonder.
I want one of those as a mount.
The dragons?
Yes.
The monitors?
They have such pretty wings.
They do. There's two right by us.
Yeah. The problem is a lot of these are gonna stop having people at them because people will be going to the event, the cast room.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll do what we can while we can. And it was just a little too early. Apparently. No, it's pretty busy. It's a good amount of people. What the hell is hitting me? Someone's like a tank in here.
Shit.
Don't release. I'll get you.
Wouldn't be lucky and there's someone who can res me, is there?
I died too, but I'm coming back already.
Alright.
Particularly, there's no one tanky there is the problem. So no one is keeping things off of the DPS.
Yay! Yay! I leveled up. Oh, cactus. Got nuked.
I see.
Well, I gotta talk to Resistance Commander and level up anyway. Rank 9. And the next quest is available, so there's that. Alright, time to talk to Mikoto. It works, Shroud. We found a matching ethereal signature and traced it back to its source. Lilia is working on a device that will allow us to charge a crystal focus using the area's ambient ether. As you might expect, its extraction will be delicate work. As such, we would accompany you to oversee the operation ourselves. Shall we be off? Yay, traitorous woman. Damn it, so was Hollins. Rendezvous with Mikoto. Which thankfully I can just ether over there. My apologies, Shroud. Our preoccupation with the extraction device left us all but oblivious to their approach. It will not happen again. Are you alright? I heard screaming. An ambush by the Galleons. Thankfully, Shroud arrived before we came to harm. Another missed opportunity to see him in action. At least you're all unharmed. Ilya, have we reached our destination? I'm picking up a huge rise in levels of NRG 108 waves. It's definitely the place. Then let us begin. How much longer until its energies are fully restored? An excellent question, but unfortunately a rather difficult one to answer with certainty. Considering the high concentrations of ether it has absorbed thus far, I would imagine it has sufficient stores to suit our purposes. We must be mindful, however, that the naturally occurring ether of its location will take time to restore itself should we need to charge the focus again. Again? No, I don't think that will be necessary. Fuck. And here's a betrayal. Pardon? One false move and she dies. Mazia, what are you doing? Oh, don't worry. I still have need of you yet. Though if he refuses to stand down... A wise decision. You bitch! Resistance recruitment, Metal Fox Chaos. Want me to sign us up for that one? Jenny?
What, huh?
Want me to sign us up for Metal Fox Chaos?
Sure, we can go die.
Is it that bad?
I don't remember. The only one I remember is the Chocobo one.
Well, that's nice. I'll switch to Dark Knight just in case.
Sorry, I was distracted. I'm knitting a hat.
Understandable. This ought to be interesting.
Interesting or horrible?
Yes.
Didn't be too bad.
28 seconds.
Your timing was spectacular. I was counting, and then you used a number, and then my brain went dead.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kitty Crusader.
It's looking like that Marauder wants to tank it, and I'm not going to argue with him, so go ahead.
That was not good.
Nope, that was not good at all. Ah, damn it.
Get you since I have mana.
You got this, Jenny. I believe in you. You're amazing. I mean, you already knew that, but multiply that by 2. Yay!
It's just there's so many lasers. I'm not good with the ones where I have to be paying attention to what things on the side spawn first. Too many lasers.
If it helps, the lasers rotate around it.
No, not really.
No, not on that one, but...
No, not really. It doesn't really help. I don't
Oh,
think
okay.
it's flattened anyway. Where's Lightning when I need someone to follow?
Probably at work or with family, considering tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
I knew where he probably was. Being sarcastic. Rhetorical, man, rhetorical.
Well, I aim to please, and you asked a question. We survived! Somehow.
Well, survived.
So it is a relative kind of meaning. Yeah. Alright, so I have to head back to Utya's Aegis to turn in the quest, so I'm gonna run over to the Lunya's stand. Argos! Hello, Popper.
Best Afghan hound.
Mm-hmm.
And the flying bed. Because reasons.
Because why not?
I like the flying bed. But it's a crafted item, so. It's down under 1 million on my server finally. One of these days I will get my hands on the Night Pegasus.
One of these days. One of these days.
Only 19 million gil on my server. I could buy it, I would just have no money left.
Are you saving your money for something else?
No, I just refuse to spend all of it on a mount.
Fair enough. She did what? No, not, I cannot believe it. By the gods. And they say she stole the crystal focus as well. I fear we have little time to determine the how and the why of her betrayal. Mikoto's rescue must be made a priority. Be that as it may, Messiah may not have been working alone. I need you to bring me a list of any close acquaintances she had with the Resistance. I have questions for them. Yes, sir! If I am to be completely honest with you, we haven't the troops to spare for Mikoto's rescue. We're stretched far too thin as it is. But we cannot very well leave her to the mercy of the Empire. That they would capture her alive suggests a plan requiring her expertise in preternatural gifts. Until we could determine precisely what she's being held, I believe that what few resources we have be best focusing on storming Castrum Lacus Litor. Once the Castrum falls, her safety can be more easily assured. We will focus all our efforts on her rescue thereafter. You have my word. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Doom... And I'm tired of sitting about with our thumbs up our asses. Why wait for reinforcements when we could wipe the Bozjan resistance off the board in one fell swoop? Even with just the troops stationed here at the Castrum, they wouldn't stand a chance. You have already demonstrated gross insubordination by leading charges into the field against orders. Soldiers have been court-martialed for far less, and such behavior ill befits one of your station. I need not remind you that our true objective is the subjugation of Dalmasca and the seizure of its resources, not to engage in petty skirmishes with these Bozjan curs. They will be dealt with in due course, but only once the Dalmascan resistance has been annihilated.
What do you think we're talking to? You're talking to, boy? I know full well what we need to bring Dalmasca to heel. And I've said from the beginning that invading Bozja was a waste of time. The sooner we get this over with, the better. A waste of time? Yet who was it in front and center during the invasion? I hope you have not forgotten the soldiers you sacrificed for the sake of this waste of time.
Retaining our foothold here is essential to our plans. Now that Doma and Alamigo have reclaimed their independence, the Bozjans have been inspired to follow suit. Should they succeed, the Dalmascans will be next. We cannot hope to withstand a united resistance from all sides.
Don't waste your breath, Albelio. The only thing this rapid dog understands is bloodshed. Watch your tongue, or it's your blood that will be shed next. Snarl at me all you like, but there's no escaping the truth. The Empire is doomed to fall, and before long the Fourth Legion will have no home to return to. Your point being, if Gabranth is to build his new nation, we have to regain control of these provinces. Well, you know our dear boy Noah better than most, and I'm sure you've made plans of your own for this new nation he's building.
I don't appreciate your tone. Are you implying that I would betray his trust?
Oh, would you stop? If anyone hates this pedantic pageantry more than me, it's you.
Perhaps, but so long as I have a hand to play, am I wrong to keep it?
That's the way of it, eh? Fine, stay here and hatch your schemes. My place is on the battlefield.
Very well, if that is your wish. But when the dust settles and the judgment bells toll, I pray you will be ready to answer for your transgressions. Are you certain this was wise? A dog he may be, but he is not without his uses. I dare say there's none more loyal to Gabranth and the Fourth Legion. What's more, he is not so foolish as to seek out the false glory of an honorable death in battle. He and his beast should prove an adequate distraction for our enemies. In the meantime, I leave the castrum in your hands. Should the Bozjans advance this far, I trust you will not disappoint me. By your leave.
Our scouts have yet to find any trace of Mikoto, but I promise we will bring her back safely. For now, let us focus our efforts on retaking the castrum.
Listen, Shroud, I don't want you to get your hopes up, but I think I know how to find Mikoto. You said Mizia waited until after the crystal focus had absorbed ether from the area before making off with it and Mikoto, right? Well, if we can use this equipment to trace the ethereal signature of the charged crystal focus, maybe it will lead us to Mikoto too. That's assuming, of course, they're being kept in the same place. We're going to want to cover the entire southern front, and for that, at least 2 more sensors need to be set up out there. Think you're up to it? I found 2 spots that should give us maximum coverage. Here, let me mark them on your map. I know it's a long shot, but we have to try, right? dokie. Alright, now for me to place them. Skyfold! Hey, Jenny.
Hmm?
Can you do me a favor?
Maybe.
Can you check the stream to see if there's some kind of issues going on? The whole stream we've only had one viewer, and I get that a lot of people probably are busy right now, but it is kind of strange. Normally I have at least 2 for a significant period of time, so if something's muted or the sounds are off, I just wonder if you could check.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
Oh, it sounds fine. Looks fine. It's probably just the time of day.
Probably. Oh well. Alright, now to zip all the way to picking up the trail.
There's also... Oh! You can pop the chat out of... Okay. Sorry, I just realized that you can pop YouTube's chat box out of YouTube.
Yes, you can. Yep. You were very excited about that.
It's just new information for me. It's also possible that the YouTube issues that Lightning is having have caused issues. Because that one viewer is probably me.
Okay.
And I know there were at least, for a while, there were at least 2 or 3 other people because 2 other people chatted.
Right.
So it's probably a combination of YouTube having issues and this whole it's the middle of the day thing.
All set? Then I'll start up the remote scanner. That should do it. One more, and with any luck, we'll track down the crystal focus and Mikoto. Alright. Now to slip to the north. Argos. Come, my loyal steed.
What level's your botany?
Ooh. I think 70 something, but let me pull it up.
Because once you get to 80, you can start doing the quests for the
68, sorry.
There's beast tribes you can do to get that up.
Yeah. Plus the normal questing for it.
Then once you get it to 81, you can start doing the quest that'll get you the squishy little blue map that I was using earlier.
Squishy.
It's for the I'm trying to say it without spoiling what might happen. Do you remember the end of Endwalker where you're unlocking the dungeon, the Sigmascape dungeon, where
Yeah.
the bunny and the Omicrons?
Yeah?
It's the continuation of that story.
Oh.
You get to see the bunny again.
Yay. Bunny.
I like the bunny. No spoilers. Never spoilers. Spoilers are evil.
They're evil, nasty things. Alright, Argos.
Stick to my usual spoiler. The music is good.
Not really a spoiler, it's very expected.
At this point, yeah. Back to playing other MMOs like New World, and I'm like, where's the music? This is generic. Where's my zone music? Where's my boss battle music?
Where's the boss battle music that rivals most professional bands' soundtracks? Alright. All set? Then I'll start up the remote scanner. Perfect. Come back to base and I'll see if I can track down the crystal focus. Yes, ma'am. Alright, Lilia, what have you found? Ah, you're back. Indeed I am. Somber music, that's not good. Trouble tracking down the crystal focus? What's wrong? Do you need another sensor? No, everything went according to plan. I managed to locate the crystal focus. The thing is...
It is as we feared. The crystal focus is being held at the castrum.
Makes sense when you think about it. What with it being the enemy's main stronghold and all. Sorry for wasting your time out there, Shroud. It wasn't a waste of time. We confirmed it.
Nonsense, Lydia. For all we know, the focus could have been very well been moved to Damascus. But thanks to you and Blade Scythe, we have removed all doubt to its whereabouts.
That's true, I suppose.
The reason for Messiah's betrayal yet eludes us, but the Garleans are not like to understand how to make use of the crystal focus, not without assistance. Meanwhile, Mikoto is, in all likelihood, being held at the castrum as well.
Then there's still a chance to save her.
Meanwhile, at the Temple of Doom...
Yes, over there. Messiah? Where? You're going to answer a few questions for me. We can start with how you are able to glimpse into the future. Messiah, why are you helping the Empire? I'm the one asking the questions here. Now answer. No, not until you tell me why. I don't think you understand your situation here. Or are you truly that naive? Is it for power? Renown? Have you always been on their side? I know you, Messiah. You're a woman of conviction, and you wouldn't do something like this without good reason. If you know me as well as you say, I would hazard you already have the answer. You would truly place your faith in Noah Van Gabranth. I've read about him and his father, the famed Knights of the Republic Landis. They say he was a man of vision. He was made legatus of the 4th Imperial Legion, and from what intelligence I could gather, he pays no heed to the race, parentage, or creed of his followers. And that same impartial judgment extends to the provinces under his control. If I am not mistaken, havens for those seeking a life free of prejudice and hate. But do you truly believe equality can be found under an imperial standard? My. The dutiful bookworm can read between the lines. Perhaps I gave you too little credit. I can but posit theories and conjecture, for I will never truly know the indignity your family suffered, nor can I speak on the alarming disparity between the nobles and commoners, even before Bozjan succumbed to the imperial rule. As I understand, it was a country where the needs of the few outweighed those of the many. The wealthy were free to forge their own futures, while the poor were free only to die should they fail in their daily struggle to survive. And even if some few nobles were opposed to the nation being governed by an oligarchy, their peers would never relinquish their power and wealth for the greater good. While that Bozjan is no more, I realize that there are those among the resistance who yearn for the halcyon days of their forebears, who would judge you based on your lineage rather than the content of your character. Their voices are but echoes of a reprehensible past. You should understand better than anyone the future Bozjan and Marsak mean to build. A way forward paved with dignity and equality. Times change, Mizia. People change. No, people don't change. They only fool themselves into believing they can. I was ridiculed, marginalized, treated like an other. By the mere virtue of being highborn, theirs was the righteous path, mine the immoral. Bozjan and Marsak claim they want to put an end to the discrimination, but there is no escaping their true nature. Their hatred must be driven out with force. Would putting your faith in them be such a terrible thing? Oh, if you knew the depths of their malice, their treachery. Perhaps I should tell you the tragedy of Queen Gunhilda, and the great betrayal of her followers. I'm sure you've heard the legends of Save the Queen. The blessed blade that could only be wielded by Queen Gunhilda. Yes, I've heard the tales. When her kingdom came under attack during the Fourth Umbral Calamity, she brought the full might of the blade to bear to save her people, and in so doing gave her own life. A bittersweet end to her reign, but I fail to see what that has to do with anything. Before the Fourth Umbral Calamity, Gunhilda's blades foresaw their coming doom. As the kingdom's acting political body, they saw it as their duty to save their people at any cost, and so devised a plan to save Bozjan using the power of the Holy Blade. The Queen's body would serve as a conduit for the Blade's power, allowing them to summon a god. No, you don't mean... A primal. A primal summoning, yes. Though perhaps it would be more fitting to call it an icon. The blade was, after all, originally a relic stolen from the Allagans. An icon? Heavens forfend. It's always primals. There was one problem, however. The Queen knew that, once she took in the power of this god, there would be no turning back. She was a coward, and despite her duty to protect the people, she chose her own life over theirs. Yet Gunhilda's blades would not see their efforts come to naught, for they soon realized the sacrifice need not be the presently reigning queen, nor did they need to be of noble blood. And so a low-born shrine maiden was chosen to ascend the throne. Obedient to a fault, she did not hesitate to give her life to forestall the coming calamity. Would that this tragic tale end there, but I'm afraid it takes a rather bloody turn. You see, despite sacrificing herself to save Bozjan, the new queen did not die, nor was she consumed by the icon's power. There was a woman of Ishgard, Izael. Oh, damn. Capable of such a feat, but to embrace the power of the icon and retain her sense of self, that would mean this queen possessed the Echo. And her power struck fear into the hearts of Gunhilda's blades. for a god now walked among them. But rather than the puppet the blades had wished for, she was pure and free, and for that she was slain. The blades could not risk her discovering the truth of her ascension, that she was but a sacrificial lamb to save her highborn brethren. They claimed the queen had gone mad, drunk with the god's power, leaving them no choice but to slay her. She was then buried, along with the blade and the truth. Where did you hear this? Let's just say it's a bit of family history. No. Answer my question. How are you able to see the future? I don't know. I've never been able to use it of my own volition. I suppose it doesn't matter. We'll drag it out of you soon enough. Of course, dramatic lighting. And of course I gotta continue to level up to get to the next one. Where'd you go?
Sorry, I was making tea.
That's okay. Righty then.
So, irony? While you were in that cutscene, the battle started.
What battle?
The battle for Castrum Lactis Lator?
Well, that is the irony of it.
Yes. While you were in I was like, should I get him to skip the cutscene so we can catch it, or should we just catch it next time? I decided to not interrupt.
That's okay. I signed us up for the Vigil for the Lost.
Yeah. Gonna go res this dude. Because there's achievements for resing strangers in the front.
Well, of course there is.
Got resed. That's one of the ways to make your game more friendly. Give us achievements for being nice.
Exactly. A good old attaboy.
I would have resed them anyway, but give me an achievement for resing a certain amount of people, and I will res as many people as I can find. I'll kill them just to res them.
Something tells me that wasn't their intention.
No, but it actually worked in one game. Back before they fixed it in Nexus, you could kill people and then res them. However, there were items that broke when you died. God, that game was forever ago.
Let me at him. Let me at him.
I may have to make another of these hats because I may keep this one because it's primarily purple.
Primarily.
Yeah, it's color changing yarn. And the yarn is like purple and teal and blue, but this section is primarily purple, and I like it. You can have a different one. It's to go with something I made out of the rest of the yarn for a friend for Christmas, because he's always bitching he's cold. Suppose I should put it down and actually, you know, do some stabbing.
Well, we'd appreciate some stabbing, yeah.
All of a sudden remember this.
Yeah, this is bullshit. Kind of reminds me of the Omega fight.
I didn't remember it until that AoE started, and all of a sudden I remembered it. Like the second boss in, what's the name of the dungeon? The New Adventure dungeon. It's one of the expert dungeons. And I remember the first boss because it has a stupid tentacle attack. And I remember the last boss because it's got the spinning attack. And I never remember the middle boss until it just starts shitting lasers absolutely everywhere.
Because lasers.
We barely got into that.
Barely.
I need to do that dungeon again anyway. I want to get the healer out because it's cute, but it keeps not dropping.
Fuck.
It's alright.
Come on, Viglia. Go down.
7%. I'm significantly better at the ones where I don't have to pay attention to things on the outside edge. It's just avoiding chaotic AoEs. I'm much better at it.
Alright, dead. I need a tad bit more in terms of XP. Oh, ace is high.
Oh. I'm not. No. No. I'm not gonna duel. Apparently I didn't get hit in that last fight, and it decided to try and duel me.
Is that how it decides if someone gets hit or not?
Yeah. If someone avoids being hit for the entire thing, they get put in the pool to be hit by the duel thing.
Is there another fate nearby? Sneak and speak. Ah, shit. They've almost completed it.
Let's just go up to Heavy Boots of Lead. It's over here. Or go into... well, we could do that one and then go over to... Let's slip the Dogs of War.
Port around.
I can see you at a distance because of your mount.
It glows. Cause I'm special.
Everyone is Mommy's special one.
Literally in this game. Because of Heidelin.
But I like that it handles it so that it doesn't feel like it's condescending. Because some games, oh, you're the big special one, but it comes across as condescending and kind of...
Like, wow.
Yeah.
It's like, you're the special one, but nothing really actually involves you.
Yeah. That always irritated me. Oh, you're the hero of the land, but we're going to let you do all the work and then the named characters are going to take over. Very first time I did a cutscene in Final Fantasy and my character's in the cutscene and like actually the hero of the land.
Yay!
There's one just to the south.
One second. Hey, Pierce, what's up? Hero to you too. How's your night going? / day. Excited for Thanksgiving tomorrow? Alright, 4,000. Yep, driving up to Idaho to have good food with the fam. Nice. Love to hear it. Yeah, I don't know what my family's doing tomorrow. I think we're just having like an eat-in turkey dinner. Normally, in past years, although we've done it a lot less, and I don't think we're doing it this year. But in past years, the whole, like, Scottish clan got together. We all got together. We all had this huge, massive, big family turkey dinner. Which was, like, literally consisted of, like, the whole family. I don't mean just, like, immediate family. I mean grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles. All 80 of us would get together at one place and just pull out a bunch of fold-out white tables. All of us would cook multiple turkeys so everybody could get some. and we just had this giant banquet. But we haven't done that in the last 3 to 4 years, mainly because of politics. Yeah, let's just say the family isn't unified in that market. I'm not gonna get into that, but yeah, sadly, a lot of the family has let that get in the way of us spending time together.
Sadly for my family, it's just down to my brother and I. We're doing ham and stuff tomorrow.
What are you guys gonna do tomorrow?
Ham.
Ham.
We'll have ham for dinner.
Not a fan of turkey?
We've been forced to cook turkey for the past 30 years.
So just want a break from it?
Yeah. Mom hated ham for holidays. But I guess bright side, she's not with us anymore, so we get to choose something else to eat for dinner. That came across as a lot more cavalier than I intended it to be.
It's okay.
Apparently YouTube is still having issues for Lightning.
Oh, is he out of work?
Yeah, he messaged in Discord.
That sucks. Yeah, YouTube's being weird. Now where's the dude we're delivering this to? The Magitech parts.
Again, he'll have a little bag over his head. He's to the north. Ooh. Lightning was working alone today.
Alone? Everybody else take it out for Thanksgiving?
I don't know. Have you turned in?
Yeah, I'm on my way over there. I got stuck in the crud. There you go, good sir.
No, he's typically alone in his set of tasks on Wednesdays.
Oh, okay. So the holiday didn't contribute.
Let's go up and do supplies party because the name entertains me.
Okay.
Probably just run back to this and teleport up.
Yep. Shiba Inu!
It's just one of my random mounts.
But it is a Shiba Inu. And
It is super
adorable. Very adorable.
But he was like, do you want the fat cat or do you want the Shiba? And I was like, yes. So he got me the Shiba. I'll get the fat cat eventually. I don't want the fat cat first now, though. I want the what I call the magical girl mount.
The magical girl mount.
It's a lotus flower.
Huh.
If you look in the launcher, you'll see it's one of the new items that they finally ported over from China. Well, I will be able to turn in one. Maybe two. It is a very pretty mount.
Very pretty.
Yeah. Lightning said, heart, lotus flower, perfect girly monk mount. It works really well for dancer and red mage too, because they both have things that look like flowers.
I'm almost at enough to level up to rank 10. Almost there.
Elements of supplies is back up.
Mm-hmm. Element of supplies.
Supplies! I went to the wrong one.
Yep, me too.
I want them to introduce the same UI for this that it has for the rest of the world now.
Yeah, with the map.
Yeah. And it's gone.
And it's gone.
I'm gonna go actually level up because I have been able to for a while.
Might be a good idea. Professor taught all of the elements on the periodic table, but unfortunately he forgot about the element of surprise. Is your dumb joke of the day, huh?
You limit yourself to one dumb joke? I make dumb jokes all day.
Yeah, that's pretty much just my hobby. Dumb jokes. Which if you do them enough, they eventually become funny. By sheer quantity. To murder, death, and kill. I'm allowed one, but I typically go over during the day. But of course. What? I only got 260 from that. You even get the full credit.
Lightning, all time in Eureka is unplanned. There's one.
The International
far
Joke
south.
Committee has sent me many warning letters.
There's one to the far south.
Yeah. Might as well just hang here until another one spawns in this area.
Fair enough. We can
There it
order
is.
stuff here.
The Wild Bunch. Maybe this one will actually get full credit for. I don't know why I got like no credit on that last one we just did. I spammed it with a bunch of abilities and did plenty of damage.
For bosses, it can be a bit weird. My crab can skitter faster than your dog can.
Oh, yeah, you got a speed buff.
apparently, according to lightning, for tanks it's not about damage. It also counts as enmity. It also counts enmity generation.
Yeah, I have enough to level up. Alright, so we're gonna head over to the camp, level up, and I think that'll make it so I can unlock the castrum. To Utjad's Aegis. Alright, now I've unlocked the next tier of mission. Now hopefully this will unlock the castrum. By the sounds of that music, yes. That sounds like they're prepping to go all in on a big mission.
The time is come, Thrud. This day we shall take Castrum Lacus Litor. On behalf of the Resistance, I offer you my humblest thanks. We could not have come this far without your aid.
Mustache cat.
What say you, my friend? Are you prepared to root the Garleans?
You couldn't stop me if you tried. It's true. Fuck them.
The battle for the Castrum will no doubt be the fiercest yet. But do not forget your training. Do not forget all we have fought for. You are Gunhilder's blades, and by the Queen's grace shall we prevail this day. Now, let us make ready for battle. For Bozjan! Report says that the powerful Meads presently commands the Castrum, and the continued presence of Leon Sas Hersos will no doubt prove troublesome, to say the least. Still, with you at our side, I'm confident we will be victorious in the end. Awesome. Excited to do the Castrum. Castrum Lacus Litor, now accessible.
You may now access the critical engagement, the Battle of Castrum Lacus Litor. This critical engagement will be initiated when a sufficient number of players with access to Castrum Lacus Litor are present on the southern front. Furthermore, by completing other skirmishes and critical engagements, the time required before the Battle of Castrum can be initiated again will be reduced. Okay. Before you prepare lost actions from the lost finds cash, this may prove key to turning the tide of battle. Cash. Ah! Oh, damn, the battle's already underway.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for it to come around. According to Lightning, it's every 20 to 30 minutes, so.
Fuck!
Which just means...
Which just means we gotta grind for 20, 30 minutes.
Or we could do a variant dungeon.
That's true.
Or we could... I don't know. I ran out of other ideas, but still. I was gonna say we could do the hat, but I'm already doing that.
Alright. The hunt for Red Shocktober. No, thank you.
No. No! No! I refuse!
Yeah,
I
I'm good.
refuse! I mean, I'm game to go die if you are, but
Nah, I'm good.
I'd rather not.
I'd rather not. I'm good too.
That'll be lightning making fun of me. Blood for the blood chocobo. What lightning has to say is blood for the blood chocobo.
I have 29 of them. Holy shit.
Lightning. Oh, my New World download finished this morning, so I can play in the wilderness with y'all and cleave things.
Yay! Be good to have you. We'll have a group of 4 running everywhere.
Well, a group between 2 and 4, because not necessarily everyone will be on all the time. Some people have lives, unlike me.
I got a minion.
Was it a minion or was it a tabletop thing?
It was a minion. I got a tabletop thing as well, but I got a minion too.
What minion?
I just added it, so it was a bird of some kind.
Oh,
The broader otter.
a broader otter?
It looked like a bird at a distance, but now that I see the zoomed in image, no, yeah, it's an otter.
Yeah, it's called the broader otter. I can have that one. If not, it's probably not terribly expensive.
Probably not.
And I've spent more money on dumber things. Yeah, I've got a broader otter. Also got the otter otter.
But of course.
This one. 83 minutes.
Food on here. There's one thing I can do while we wait. Because I got a couple of videos in my recommended since yesterday I'd like to check out. Sorry, some idiot edited his comment, and now I'm responding in kind.
I wondered why you were so quiet.
Yeah, this guy had a nice comment earlier, but then he edited it to be a moron. So
I'm
now
sorry.
I'm responding.
People are dumb.
They are dumb. They're very fucking dumb.
And then you distracted me and I got squished.
Sorry.
That's fine. It happens.
Yeah, because this moron's excuse me, stretch my arm. Yeah, this moron said, and you ragging on Paradox without knowing him, his channel, or watching the Lucky video was a bit much. No. No, I'm allowed to shit on whoever I want with as little knowledge of them as I want. Fuck you. It was a bit much for you to rag on. Fuck off. I don't need to know, you know, their entire fucking history of existence to be able to criticize somebody. That's a stupid take.
Yeah. I don't know anything about anything. Unless it involves yarn, I usually keep my mouth shut. Yarn or video games. So, I did have an amusing moment with Alder yesterday. I said something about having a skein of yarn that was like $40. He said, "What is it, made of silk?" And I went, "Yeah." And he was like, "I didn't actually expect that." I'm like, "Why not? It's $40 for like 75 yards of fabric or of material. Of course it's fucking silk." Just the audible ... Well, I didn't expect that.
Yeah, for context, I did a reaction during a live stream yesterday to an Ashes of Creation thing. And in it, there was a bit of a controversy in the Ashes of Creation community mentioned that was pure retardation. Where a content creator by the name of Lucky Ghost was getting shit because... Hold your breath, this is gonna absolutely blow your mind. He had a Raid Shadow Legends ad in his video criticizing a potential issue with Ashes of Creation.
Oh no, Raid Shadow Legend.
I know, it's oh no. How dare he do what all YouTubers who have the clout to get ad space do. Oh no. So yeah, I criticized that, and I ragged on on the sample moron Lazen Peon provided in his video. Yeah, and then this guy who left he left a nicer comment earlier, but he edited it to add this to my ragging on it. And you ragging on Paradox without knowing him, his channel, or watching the Lucky video was a bit much. No, I don't need to do any of that. I don't need to do a full dissertation on someone's history before I criticize a objectively retarded point. I don't need to do that, sorry, and if you believe I do, you're the moron. Kiss my ass. Gladly. Pucker your lips and give it a good, wet, sloppy kiss, and fuck off. Lucky said all through the video that he was there to help Ashes in the community, yet did nothing to improve it. What do you expect him to fucking do? He's making a video mentioning an issue or a potential issue. How is that not attempting to help?
People don't understand the words constructive criticism.
Apparently not. Unless you're like fucking sucking the cock of something with all the effort on the planet, you're quote-unquote not helping, or you're quote-unquote not being supportive. It's like, well, no, that's the most supportive thing you can do. The least supportive thing you can do is simply sing its praises when there are things that legitimately need, like, there are things that legitimately need to be corrected and adjusted, or at the very least, addressed. If, you know, offering different point of views on something is how things improve. So what did you expect him to do? Magically snap his fingers and the community and the game would be out tomorrow in a perfect state? What do you mean? What do you fucking mean it'll be better? It's ridiculous.
People be dumb.
He went no suggestions, no alternative system, just that if they... And now, if he didn't have any suggestions, even then, still pointing the issue out, or a potential issue out, is perfectly fine. Does he have to design the game for them? I'm sorry, that's not what he has to do. Sometimes criticism is as simple as pointing out something that might be a problem, and that's it. You may not have a solution in mind. Doesn't mean you shouldn't point out the issue. Like, for example, if you go to a restaurant, right, and you get given some food, and it tastes wrong, right? It's not seasoned properly. You're not a chef, so you may not at all know what the fuck to do to fix that. But you can at least point out, hey, I think something's wrong with my dish. Now you can give some kind of inkling to what the issue is, like it's not spicy enough, not salty enough. If he gave absolutely nothing, and I will actually check that video out, because now I feel obligated to, but by no means is it not helpful to point out the issue. Again, I'm assuming Lucky Ghost is not a game designer, so he wouldn't know how to fix it. He wouldn't come up with an alternative system. It's not his job to do that for the developer. It's his job as a potential customer and consumer of that product to point out a potential problem. Now again, I said it in the video, if, and this is a big if the game, or if the issue that he points out, sorry. Damn it, Fires of War. No, I don't care about Fires of War.
Don't worry, I'll let you know if it happens to be the one we need.
Okay.
The game will let you know. It won't say critical engagement. It will say, it has a different thing that it says. Like, it'll actually mention the caster in it. So
okay.
Don't worry about that.
But yeah, like as I said yesterday, the game isn't out yet. So all criticisms right now are also based on speculation. So how can you expect to... So let's say Lucky Ghost was a game developer and could offer an alternative system. He hasn't tried this new one out. He's just voicing a potential problem. He's not... And if in his video he spends the whole thing shitting on it without it being out, then that's a problem, yeah. But if he just simply said, hey, this is a potential issue, this is a potential problem, if that's all he said, then y'all are bitching and moaning at him for no good reason. What'd you expect him to do? Fucking offer a full write-up of what they should do? It's not his job. It's ridiculous. Just that if they have...
Not my monkeys.
And the guy continued to say, just that if they have PvP, the game will fail since launch. I will watch his video if he said that. That's stupid. Because simply having PvP does not mean the game will fail.
Having PvP that you can't avoid can be a thing in your...
yes, and I forgot to...
non-favor.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that at the end of my reaction yesterday. But yeah, that is a huge thing. That mandatory PvP across the board with no option to avoid it, no PvE servers, no toggleable PvP, the game will probably not do very well. I'm going to be perfectly honest, because most players aren't PvP oriented, believe it or not.
If they are PvP oriented, I'm sure there's better games for it.
Well, not necessarily. Ashes of Creation might do extremely well for the people who do want to engage in a MMORPG PvP experience. We don't know the success quite yet, but if you look at any pure PvP MMO or RPG, there's a trend amongst them of not being that well played.
Because there's a lot of gamers are more like me, where I know that there's PvP. I will occasionally poke the PvP with a stick, especially if it gives me rewards that I want. But beyond that, the PvP can live over there in its own little box and leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. I would say the vast majority of MMORPG players are not PvP oriented.
No,
the
no, they really aren't.
The PvP community is niche in this sphere. And I know that that's like the one thing no PvPer wants to hear. Because I've spoken with hardcore PvPers, and I do believe most hardcore PvPers in MMOs are under the delusion that most people PvP. I hate to break it to you, no, you're in a niche community within a community.
They PvP like I do. I will occasionally poke the PvP with a stick. I mean, I did what Crystal Conflict for 3 days to get the dragon, and I haven't been to Crystal Conflict since. And when they release the next season rewards, I will do it for 3 or 4 days to get whatever the level 25 reward is, and then I will not touch it again because I will have gotten what I wanted. Unless it's a re-release of the Archfiend gear, in which case I won't, because I already have it, and I think it looks kind of dumb.
The creation. It says his entire community is anti-PvP from the start. Him saying Ashes will fail if they don't design the game he wants. It all came across as clickbaity, and including the ad. That's still not a place to criticize him simply having the ad. Again, that if your problem and this Paradox dude's problem was that he was anti-PvP and that he was coming from a biased perspective against it, that should be what you're complaining about. Complaining that he had an ad in the fucking video is absolutely retarded. And makes you look petty. And makes you look pathetic. And stupid on top of it. If you want people to side with you, typically you stick to the legitimate arguments, not stupid ones. What a moron. God, I hate these people.
Again, people be dumb.
They're fucking dumb. But to be fair, I'm gonna actually look up Lucky's video now, because I actually really want to. Lucky Ghost. Ashes of Creation. Oh, Patriot Games.
Yep, don't worry, I'll let you know.
Okay.
And apparently it says the battle for Castrum
This video is
L has started in the middle of the screen when it pops up.
Alright, so I think this is the video. Alright. Okay, let's do it like this. Alright, so I'm gonna pull up this guy's comment. We're gonna kind of shrink it a little bit there. Alright, so we're gonna do it like that. Okay, so... Alright, so Jenny, let me know if the castrum hits.
Okay, I won't say anything other than that then.
Okay.
Just so you don't have to deafen me.
Okay, thank you. Alright, so I'm gonna check out Lucky Ghost's video. I'm assuming this is the correct one because it was the one linked in another video mentioning the quote-unquote drama. And then it was left a comment by this individual by the name of David Sumpter, who complained about me, and I'm going to zoom in that specific part. There we go. Boom. You ragging on Paradox without knowing him and his channel or watching the Lucky video was a bit much. I don't agree. I'm allowed to rag on somebody if they make a stupid point. I don't need to know their entire fucking history on this planet to be able to shit on a very specific and stupid point. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't seen my reaction to Lazy Peon's video in regards to Ashes of Creation, I did rag on an individual that he showed a clip from, who I don't really care who they are. I don't need to know who they are to rag on a stupid point. Again, that take is retarded, flat out. I'm allowed to rag on anybody who makes a stupid point. Like, hold on, Jenny, yeah, I'm getting feedback on your end, sorry.
You shouldn't, my microphone is muted.
It's not on my end. Yeah, I was getting like a weird fizz. Okay, thank you. Yeah, point is, the individual that Lazy Peon showed was not shitting, in the clip anyway. He probably was the rest of his video, and I probably would have agreed with his other point. But the point that was shown in the clip that I criticized and shat on was the dude was complaining he had a Rage Shadow Legends ad and called him a sellout, which I fucking hate. I hate it when people pretend to be moral busybodies who act high and mighty and act above a certain act when we all know, if you have half a brain cell to work with, that if they were in the same circumstances as the individual they were bitching about, they would do the exact same fucking thing.
Sorry to interrupt, but Castrum's just started.
Okay. We'll pick this up after the castrum then. Yeah, point is, I fucking hate busybodies. Alright, I queued us for it, so we should be good.
Yeah, I saw. While we're in the waiting thing, I'm gonna run and let the dog in.
Alright.
Yeah, I know, Lightning. We need to find a group for it because I've done it once, but I need to get back to a safe place, and then I need to go let the dog in because she's barking. Be right back.
Well, the thing is, the reason I mention that as a bad thing, Pyrrhus, is I don't mean it's a bad thing, like, objectively. It's okay for a community to be smaller and close-knit. That's perfectly fine. But I hope you would agree that, factually speaking, what determines something's success when it comes to, like, an MMORPG is the number of subscribers, is the number of people purchasing the product and playing it. And if you, and the thing is, when dealing with niche communities in that regard, it is bad to be a smaller community. It is in regard to the financial gain for the company producing it. They're not going to get their returns on the product, and they might have to shut it down, because it takes a lot of money to keep servers up, it takes a lot of money to maintain the product. So you want the community to be bigger and more expansive. If you're dealing with a smaller niche community within a community as it is, you're looking at something that will likely fail. And it's not because the community being niche is well, it is the problem in that regard. I'm not talking about the community being objectively bad just because it's small. It's in regards to the subscription numbers. It's in regard to the revenue that game is going to generate and the popularity of the game. That is something I think a lot of PvPers are in a delusion about. A lot of PvPers have this belief that they're the majority of MMO players, or they're the majority of MMORPG players. They're not. They're the minority. And most MMOs live and die by their population. If your game is not fully populated, it will not succeed, it will not be maintained, and it will fall. So for the sake of Ashes of Creation, I do question the choice to make it exclusively mandatory PvP. If you do that, all the power to you. I just wouldn't be confident of how long it will last. Lots of people don't like that kind of system, I myself included. I probably won't play Ashes of Creation if it's mandatory PvP. It's not because I think the game will be objectively bad. It might have every other system under the sun that's amazing. But I'm not a fan of getting ganked when I'm just trying to harvest a node. I'm not a fan of getting ganked when I'm just trying to level and get better gear. I like PvPing on agreed terms. I like PvPing like when someone challenges me to a duel, or when I vie for a battleground, or a PvP setting like that. Or if I choose to go into a PvP server with the expectation of constantly having to deal with the threat of being ganked. But I also always want an out in that same system to be allowed to PvE and be able to do PvE activities with the safety and security of not getting fucked. So, and I do think that that is the majority of MMORPG players. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty confident about that. The majority of the MMORPG community are casuals at the end of the fucking day. They're not a bunch of hardcore, sweaty PvPers who are eager to slaughter every other player who jumps in the game. I just think if you have that perspective, it's idiotic and very unself-aware.
I don't think this cast room is going to go well. There's 7 people total.
Yeah, that's... And we only got a minute left.
We may want to withdraw and wait until Lightning can help us. Because okay. Lightning actually knows what to do.
Alright. I'll withdraw.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry I interrupted your...
No,
and I agree.
Okay.
I don't do mandatory PvP.
And I don't think most people do. I think that's a mistake.
But I don't have space in my world for another actual MMO. I don't consider New World an MMO. I consider it a game that happens to have other players in it.
Yeah. Well, I suppose an MMO, yeah, but if it's an MMORPG, For me, I do like it when it's more than just other players are in the game. There's a sense of community, camaraderie, systems that implore you to work with other players to achieve objectives. I do think that's good and the best form of an MMO.
It's one of the massive differences between... It's why I don't get leaving something like Final Fantasy for something like New World. If you want to play New World, fine. I'm not saying that it's not a good game. I'm saying that it's trying to compare apples and bananas. They're both games, i.e. they're both fruit, but they're vastly different things.
Another Carbon Animations Warcraft video in regards to like leaving WoW.
You're very quiet.
I am?
You were. It sounded like you leaned back away from your microphone.
I might have. I think I pointed my face away a little bit, but.
Oh, you're better now.
Alright, since we're probably gonna have to wait for the cash room to pop again, I'll do the video now. Actually, I want to see if I can talk to this guy. Let's see. Probably not. He left a comment 3 hours ago, but shot in the dark. I'll wait a couple minutes. Yeah. Alright, so you do agree with me then, Pierce. That's good.
If you're not going to do the video, why don't we run and do a variant dungeon while we wait?
I am gonna do it, but I was gonna give him a couple minutes. Because I just left the reply hoping that the dude will show up so I can ask him some stuff directly. Before I set in stone my opinion that he's stupid.
I mean, I assume everyone is stupid until proven otherwise.
Well, I like to give them the opportunity to prove me wrong. Yeah, we can run a variable dungeon. Let's hop out of the front.
That'll also reset the front area we're in next time. So, hang on, I'm just putting away my stitch markers so they don't get lost.
Alright, you out of the front?
Yeah.
Alright. So right in Duty Finder, we VNC Finder.
No.
No?
You know that row of 7 little red buttons, character duty, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Duty, the second one,
Yeah.
right under Raid Finder is VNC Dungeon
Oh,
Finder.
I just clicked on that. So.
Yes.
Okay, so I had it right.
You said Duty Finder, and I was like, no, because Duty Finder is something else.
Well, I meant under the duty tab.
Yeah, it's under the Duty tab.
Alright.
The subterranean, and then you would just start it like you did before.
Alright, so we go through the same door and just go the other bridge?
Oh, we could. Or we could go through one of the other ones. She wants to go through the first one, so... I mean, I'm game to follow her through the first one.
Alright.
After I change variant spirit dirt to...
Alright, mob. Probably turn on grit. There we go. I hate that it resets. I hate
It only
and love that.
resets when your level changes. So because we went from 80 to 90, it turned it off. Which is useful to know if you happen to be doing a lot of things actually at level. That way you stop turning it off every time you go into a dungeon, which is something that happened to me quite a few times. I was like, why is my determination thing off? And it's like, oh yeah, because I turned it off because I'm a dumbass. The diamonds are pretty much useless.
They're useless? Shit.
They do this. They're just a sparkly thing. Yeah. There are fireworks. They sell for 1 gil each. I've yet to see anything else come out of those blue personal spoils boxes. The ones after the bosses, those ones are always have pot shards in them, but... Apparently they can contain a minion. Rarely. Has slightly corrected me. I'm gonna say that you corrected me regardless of what you think, Lightning.
Boss fight. Hey, isn't that the same guy?
He does look similar.
He's even called the same thing. Geryon the Steer. Well, that's new. Fuck! You wouldn't happen to have the res ability.
No, I don't.
No. Okay. Shit.
It won't let me change it this time.
Okay.
Would you like me to just jump in the pool and my Final Fantasy froze.
It froze?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there we go, it's back. That was weird.
Has it frozen on you before?
No.
I've had it freeze on me like once, but that was during Endwalker's launch. When the servers were getting a little overloaded.
What happened to those servers was not being overloaded. What happened to those servers was fucking tragic.
Hey, Alder.
Hey everyone, what's up?
Right now we're doing the variant dungeon. We did it once before. We're doing it another time.
What? Oh, the Criterions.
The variant, the subterranean thing.
Are you watching the stream right now, or?
Yeah, I just noticed you were on. Everyone's in the chat in the stream.
Yeah.
Was flipping through YouTube.
Yeah.
Because I saw you guys are doing Bozjan soon. I was like, I'll join that.
Yeah, we were almost done, Bozjan.
We were waiting for Castro.
Yep. But when it dropped, we only had like
There were
7
very
people.
few people, so we
Yeah.
decided to wait for people who know what to do with Bozjan. I've only done it once.
And I was gonna do a reaction video, but I wanted to. I invited via the comments of YouTube, so likely he'll even get notified about it as low. But I wanted to invite a guy who left a comment on my recent reaction to Lazy Peon's video to come to the stream, and hopefully I could have a talk with him. Because thing is, his comment I find incredibly grating. So he said he said something I still think is objectively stupid, but I wanted to give him an opportunity to explain himself more than in a YouTube comment, which, to be fair, isn't exactly the most detailed response you could provide. So
Right.
yeah, and I want to give him a chance to, you know, prove my supposition wrong, that, you know, because to me kind of came off as stupid, but I want to give him a chance to explain himself better. But what he said was he ironically ragged about me ragging on apparently the clip that Lazy Peon showed of someone complaining about Lost Ghost having an ad in his video was apparently that content creator was called Paradox. I didn't really care. It was more just bitching about someone bitching about a content creator having an ad, which I still think is erroneously stupid.
Or raid Shadow Legends, and we've mentioned it so much they should fucking pay you.
I would like them to, but that's beside the point. And the thing is, I'm honest about that. But I hate moral busybodies who pretend that they're above it and that they wouldn't take that ad if they got that email. Like, if Raid emailed Paradox, for example, and offered him said, hey, like, we'll pay you this much if you put an ad in your video, I guarantee he would do it. And if he didn't, he'd be an idiot. That's my takeaway.
And all you have to do is put some thought into it, like Pint does.
Yeah. The thing is, you can make an ad entertaining, but at the end of the day, like, but the point is, there's nothing wrong with a content creator doing an ad.
Right. I mean,
and the thing is, if you're someone who has a problem with that, I don't understand your perspective. It's like, oh, you're a show, you're a sellout. It's like, well, no, you're just doing what every YouTuber does. You're making money. You're making money.
And then he got flattened by an AoE, and now I'm killing a boss by myself.
Yeah. And hopefully he'll hop on here and I can ask him directly some questions. Actually, he might have just did and left, because the viewer count did go to 5 temporarily there, but while I was just talking, it went back to 4, so.
I nearly got flattened by an AoE, and that would have been sad because I've got him under 10%.
You got this, Jenny. I believe in you.
Oh, sweet! I just made a super dresser.
A super dresser?
I put a Charlian wardrobe in between 2 Charlian cabinets, and now it looks like one big furniture piece.
Okay.
My inventory was nearly completely full, so I was putting some housing stuff in my apartment.
Makes sense. You're gonna flip these.
Wasn't ever able to get a Ishgard house, but I got an apartment, so that counts. It's still technically housing.
You are housed in Ishgard, yes. Now that would have been tragic.
Alright, looks like you got him.
And now I'm gonna switch it to res just in case.
Great.
So Eureka is a little rough.
It's a little rough.
As I'm now elemental, because it has its own leveling system called elemental rank. And I'm now level 21. And my next step is at level 23, but level 20 to 21 is 280,000 XP. Level 21 to 22 is 680,000 XP.
Yes, it takes a while to get to max rank in there.
I believe max rank is 30.
Probably. Either 25 or 30, I don't know.
I mean, well, the way I'm looking at it now is that seems like a lot to do at one go. I also remember that this was made in sections, and they gave people time to level up.
It was, and it was also a while ago, and it was one of the grindy things that you were meant to, not do all at once.
Right. Though they made a lot less grinding because they made XP per, like, right now, anything at my level or one level above me, I get like 3,500 to 4,000 XP a mob. So that's only just a couple hours of grinding, but that's still, turn your brain off podcast time.
Yeah.
I do like turn your brain off podcast time.
Over
As
if
proven
you-
by the fact that I'm level 25 in New World because I got distracted last night and then realized that I had filled up my entire storage.
Can relate.
I also learned that it's actually better to use the actual at-level gear. Like I have a Yomer Amanos, like instead of like a I-level 610 White Mage staff, because you actually do more damage with the actual gear you get from there.
I remember that. I still haven't done it. I think I'm elemental level 6.
I'm only doing it for Ozma and the elemental armor. Like, you ever seen people walk around with that one gear that looks like a robot? Has like
Yeah.
glowing bits, glowing eyes.
I'm familiar with where that comes from. I'm not here to solve puzzles for you. I am here to kill things.
Okay.
Hey Jenny, have you tried the expert randomized dungeon yet?
No, not yet. I haven't felt like waiting in queue for it, and I don't feel like bothering my friends, so.
So the mouse you fight, like one of the bosses is this mouse, or the big ball tail.
Hush!
It is
Hush! He has only done one, and it is not that one.
My bad.
Nah, you're good.
Yeah, I'm not mad. I just wanted you to actually hear me.
It is the savage, like the savage version of the dungeons, like the expert.
Yeah,
high
the
tier stuff.
Criterion. The Criterion, I believe is what it's named.
Yep, it's actually harder than savage stuff.
Yep, it's meant to be difficult, yes. God, that was annoying. Don't stand in the puffy things. Jeez, the effect is
Yeah, they
distracting.
blur your vision.
I'm sorry I yelled at you. I did not intend to actually yell at you.
Oh no, I get it. I get it. My roommate's playing Minecraft.
The one dungeon, one variant of this dungeon that we've done. Ooh, puffy. The one, it was the third door, so we're in door 1 right now.
Let's see if I not die in this time.
I have res this time. Also, look, the Dancer Manderville weapon.
Ooh. I still haven't done the Mandeville stuff.
Yeah, the quest is okay. I will probably... You know what? I will do that. While I'm waiting for you to go to the cutscene.
When can we expect a Hildebrand stream that goes into getting a
Wait,
Mandeville
isn't
weapon?
that the mount?
Yes, it is.
Soapy sidekick, Silky. Aw.
That thing causes severe PTSD in people.
It's basically Hamsuke from Overlord.
There, see? These are much more my style weapons.
Alright.
I have butterflies and bubbles. Mild PTSD from this thing.
I'd rather fight. Oh yeah, I can't say that because Asmo hasn't done the raids yet.
What raids?
The current raids.
He's done all the current raids as far as I know. I know he's done up to 8 Pandemonium because I did them with him. And he's done the current.
They fought the Carbone.
Yeah, he's fought the Carbone.
Yeah, Savage Carbone was not nice. And so my FC is progging right now.
I'm not explaining the mechanics to him so that he has to learn like I did. Because if I had to suffer, so does someone else. That attack is named Chilling Suds.
Chilling Suds.
Chilling Suds, which will be important. This one is Bracing Suds.
Alright.
Time to buy more glamour prisms. It's a glamour just.
Huh. I didn't get moved.
Arm's length? I mean, I know arm's length works.
Oh, not this fucking shit. Ah ha ha!
One shot.
That's bullshit. I'm a tank.
At least
Have it.
I had the res this time.
And in Criterion, every single attack he has is a one shot.
This is the one that usually gets me.
Holy shit.
You can see why that's the one that usually gets me.
Yep. They're all over the place.
Can you turn down your roommate? He's very loud. I can hear him clearly.
Sometimes I need to move my PlayStation to my room because he's like 15 feet from me.
Ouch. Son of a bitch.
Crap. I don't have the res.
It's fine. You're on your own, buddy.
Or am I?
Oh, you didn't take damage from the knockback, so the knockback didn't knock you back.
Oh, okay.
fighting! Fight, fight!
Come on. No.
I moved my PlayStation to my room for now. You should be able to not hear him anymore.
Yay.
This TV is a bit older, but it's alright. I don't need a fancy monitor to play FF.
Weird if they're playing on PlayStation.
Yeah, I don't have a monitor or PC anymore. Watch out, Craig.
You can do it!
A little slowly, but...
%. Ah,
7%. Ah, ah, ah. 2%. Ah, ah, ah.
I'd be shocked if you went from 7% to 2%.
Come on out, my favorite teammate. Me. Go fucking down. There we go.
Win! Waha! Now you have to fight this thing at least 3 more times.
Yeah.
And then you get it as a mount. To get the mount, you have to complete all 12.
I wonder if
Story entries.
I wonder if he's actually gonna show. Probably not. Now that I think about
Probably
it.
not. Almost certainly not. Even if he saw the message, I don't think that he would have the. There's a difference between saying something snarky and having to back up what you say.
True. Well, I give him a shot. Alright, Nanamo, we're out of here.
Such a cute little garden.
It is, actually.
Little tea set.
Looks like a
Oh, you
pretty
can
good.
sit at the table.
Oh. Well, this is screenshot worthy.
It's a pretty place.
Oh, let me screenshot this.
I finally got everything set up. This TV of mine is a little weird.
Alright. Okie dokie. I think we'll save running the cash room for a later date.
Where do I have a quest over here? I have a quest that is okay.
So are you at all anything into Star Trek?
But Lightning was gonna sign in and do the cast room with us. If that changes your mind any.
Well, we still
I'll
have to
join
wait
the
for it.
cash.
We still have to wait for it to pop, though, won't we?
Well, yeah, but we can get some levels in Bozjan while we wait. Which would actually speed up the process of it spawning, apparently. I mean, it's up to you.
If Lightning Lunatic is in game and wants to join us, we can do it, and I'll take the time while we wait for it to pop to react to the video I wanted to.
That's fine by me. He said he was signing in.
Okay. Do I gotta drag him into the call? Or
Yeah, I believe so.
It's Marlboro, isn't it? I'm on Diablos.
I'm on Marlboro. Yeah.
He says, I also come bearing gifts. Either way, I'm in game now, but you don't need to go if you don't want to.
Oh, we can run it. I was just gonna switch to New World, but I can still do that after we run the cash room.
Yeah, pretty much what I thought, Lightning. Either way, game with friends. He said New World is cool too. Either way, game with friends.
Okay. So, do you want to run cash room or no, Lightning? There's Lunatic. Our favorite tall bunny lady.
To Gangros, I go.
I'm a short bunny lady.
Going Enclave first.
Are you joining us, Alder?
Yeah.
Alright. You're on Marlboro, right?
Yep, I'm headed to Gangos right now.
Alright, there you are. You look like an Assassin's Creed character for a second there.
You want to get into a voice chat thing so I can pull you into the channel, Lightning?
I have been yoinked.
You have been yoinked. You have been
Yoink.
kidnapped.
Yoinky doinky.
And you're not allowed to leave.
Or is it the same case of the Demons in Hell and Doom guy? Alright, anywho. Yo, Asma dude.
What?
I have presents for you.
My man.
Kinda, sort of. More like
I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can trade in here.
No, I can't trade in here. I was gonna give you some lost actions to appraise that will help you.
Okay.
Helpful ones. Alright, anywho, speaking of, I'm gonna give you a quick rundown on the lost actions. If you'll just accompany me over to the finds cache so I can look at it and reference it too. Alright, so it basically breaks down, as you can see, into two types. There's item stuff and all the actions. So item stuff, you just right-click it. Well, all the stuff, you right-click it and you put it into your holster by, add to holster or add alt to holster. Now you'll note that each action has a number in the upper left corner. That is its weight. There's a maximum capacity of lost actions you can take in your holster.
There you go.
It will increase as you gain ranks. Generally, as Jenny has said before, a couple of safe ones to take are Lost Protect or Lost Shell, and some sort of Lost Cure to give yourself a backup heal. You can also put potions in there. Potions actually are pretty effective in here, the resistance potions.
So,
And
Lost
Eaters.
Cure?
Yeah, Lost Cure or Lost Cure 2 if you have it.
I have Lost Cure 4.
Okay, Lost Cure 4 is also good. That's an AoE. You'll also note it says available 25 to 25. They have a set number of spell charges. You can use them that many times before they expire.
Alright. Alright, Banner of Honed Acuity, Banner of... What's Lost Death? Chaos target, less... Blah, blah.
Lost Death it does exactly what it says on the tin.
Small percentage.
It is a very small percentage that increases as the target's HP goes down. It's not really something to rely upon, and 99 times out of 100 in here, you're not going to be using it. That said, there is a use for it inside Castrum Lacus Litori. I will tell you when that is.
Remember that time that we died to the manta ray thing because he was trying to kill it with death? That's what happened there.
Yep, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to instantly kill it with Lost Death.
Okay.
Alright, right now I got Lost to Rise and Lost Cure 2 on.
Lost to Rise is actually pretty damn good to have to put on people. Giving people re-raise is excellent. Alright, and you might have also heard me mention there are two types of item-related lost actions to have. There are just your bog standard items, and there are essences. Essences are an item that you just basically use and it gives you a buff for as long as you stay on that job. Like, for example, you, Mr. Reaper, if you're leveling through here and you just want to, be a little sturdier, I would recommend for you, if you have any of it, the Essence of the Plate Bearer, which will increase your defense and maximum HP drastically, a pretty good amount.
What
It
is
will make you tankier to survive things.
What is it?
It's called Essence of the Plate Bearer, if you have it.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I have lost death.
Then really just any essence that you could potentially equip is good. Any essence is better than no essence. It's an item related thing. You just assign it to your, what is it? You right click it in as normal. You only need to really bring like a few at a time, because once you use it, it will stay in place until you either leave the instance or change jobs.
Okay.
Alright, I'm going to stay on Warrior and be tanky for y'all.
Got you.
I don't know. How do you?
Now-
I need to find out how you use this stuff.
Alright, you just basically go to the Lost Finds and you assign it to your Lost Finds holster by either clicking it to put it in one at a time, or right-clicking it to add as many as you can carry. And then once it's in there, before you exit, you can actually remove it from your holster by going into the holster, right-click it, and just do, store or store all. And that'll remove it from your holster and put it into the cache.
Oh no, that's why I can't use the essence, because I'm a healer right now.
Yes, a lot of essences have job restrictions on it.
Those you'll want Aether Weaver. Those are the ones I use when I'm in here with that.
Aether Weaver is a very common one for healers, and it's one of the ones that I have the most of. Alright, what do I want? I'm going to actually remove what I have in there. I was actually going to give you some fragments that you can actually appraise that turn into items. Specific sort of items. I mentioned resistance potions. There's actually items called resistance blank kit, resistance.
This video is going to
Ether kit, meta kit. The potion and ether kits grant auto potion and auto ether to yourself, respectively. It basically automatically applies the effect of the item in question if you drop below a certain threshold, like for the potion kit, when your HP falls below 50%. For the ether kit, when your MP falls below 20%. It does not consume any resistance potions or resistance ethers. It's just a buff that you put on you. However, something to be aware of. While it does say it lasts 600 seconds, 10 minutes, when the effect is triggered, there's a 50% chance that the effect will end. Now, this is where I'm going to briefly touch upon synergies that essences might have with various actions or items. Resistance potions and ethers have a synergy with an essence called Spirit of the Essence of the Breathtaker. Essence of the Breathtaker you may or may not have. It grants something entirely different, which is, on the surface, not terribly useful other than increased movement speed. However, if you have the Resistance Ether Kit and you combine that with Spirit of the Breathtaker, the chance for the auto X to end decreases to 10%. So you have Spirit of the Breathtaker and an auto X. You can basically keep the buff going almost indefinitely. That's just one example of all the synergies that can be had between the essences and the lost actions and the other items. Am I being too verbose? Am I being too roundabout at all? If I am, please stop me and let me know.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I understand the significance of the items. Hold on. Nope, Vigil for the Lost.
Vigil for the boss.
Vigil for the boss? Okay, you know what? I'll provide a live demonstration.
Do you want to? Yeah, go do this one.
I'll do a live demonstration. I'm going to extract that and these. Okay, I just took out what I just mentioned. The resistance ether kits. I've got some resistance ether kits and an essence of the Breathtaker. I'm going to make use of it now. Because...
Nope, never mind. Go ahead.
No?
No, I was going to say something, but then never mind.
I mean, I was gonna do a reaction, but I guess we can do the video for the loss.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and... Alright, yeah, go ahead and register us for that. Because that'll be really, really easy, and... What you can do is... I'm going to make use of the combination that I used just now. I have the Breathtaker on, and I'm going to put on Auto Ether.
So every time his mana drops below 20, it'll automatically use an ether on him.
Yep, it'll...
Why does every single Highlander female have the exact same outfit?
What?
Because they can.
Oh, this one over here in the white suit next to me.
Oh, because it's really, really freaking skimpy. I say wearing the Pagos shirt and a leopard skin skirt.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
I want to be able to use all of the different hempen shirts on any race. Because that's the hempen shirt.
Yeah.
The, like, it doesn't bug me. Like, I like looking at it. It's just, it's like seeing a Hrothgar wearing the, tank top.
It's because they can. Actually, they're probably that race because of that shirt. I know some people who are. I was going to switch from Cat Curl to Aura, but then I'd lose my like halter top thing, and that upsets
Also,
me.
Alder, I know you mentioned Eureka. My current weapon, Glam. That's what I went into Eureka over this weekend to finish up.
Eh. It's okay. I like his more.
Yeah, that's one of my
like
go-tos too. Cronus Lux is pretty amazing. Alright, I might rip aggro from whichever tank this is.
Particle fix.
Yeah, I'm just spamming Edge of Shadow a bunch and getting a ton of MP back.
Oh boy, here we go.
And I stole aggro without even...
What? What did I get hit by? Moved out of the effect.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
I dodged it.
I dodged it.
Hey, Highlander chick raising me.
Hey, this is why you don't complain about skimping outfits.
I'm not complaining about skipping outfits, I just pointed something out.
Auto Ether did not expire that entire time, and I spammed so many Edge of Shadows.
See, now it makes me feel like I need to put back on one of my skimpy healer outfits because I'm like almost fully clothed. Guys, keep taunting about, no, I do not want to do the duel.
I'm probably not going to get the duel, but I will accept the challenge anyway so we can get notoriety.
I'm just going to withdraw from it because I know better.
How much notoriety do you have?
Is it,
I don't know. Oh,
is
one.
I have
it
zero.
Gabriel?
It's Gabriel.
That one is really tough.
They're all tough.
But Gabriel's also really fun to watch. At 180 clusters, you're gonna buy the construct 14, and you can sell it on the market board for like 1.5 mil.
It's not bad, and farming clusters in here is actually a half-decent way to get some extra stuff going. Not the best, but not bad. Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go?
Yeah, my nose is stuffed. Oh.
Oh, you're over there. Okay.
Yeah, we're over here. About to watch this poor bastard die.
I have not seen anyone beat this thing.
I would almost beat it, but not quite.
I do believe you get its mount if you beat it.
I'm not sure what you get, but you do get a bunch of stuff. Like, one of your rewards, I believe, is like 99 Bozjan clusters. It's kind of silly. And if someone wins the duel, I might have mentioned this before, everyone in the instance gets a
buff.
Yeah, a buff to metal gain. It's pretty gosh darn good. It is pretty much always worth going after. Even if you die yourself.
He's a red mage, so he actually has a high chance of doing this.
He's also got Spirit of the Beast on, which means he's healing with,
Well, he had a chance until he got flattened.
Yep. I was gonna say Spirit of the Beast basically gives him a bloodlust, blood feed effect.
Yeah, that's it.
Sorry.
Castro is probably one of my favorite, oh no, never mind. I'm thinking of a different one. Asmo has not done Double Rambe yet, or
I've been in
the
place
DR.
Delubrum Regine. I'm mangling the Latin to high heaven and back, but I've been in that place so much.
It's a really fun. Basically, Asmo, because it's just known as DR. If you get hit twice by any attack per boss, you just die. Straight up.
Specifically, if you get hit by most any instances of avoidable damage, you will, for the first time, get a stack of something called Twice Come Ruin, which does nothing. The second time you get hit by an avoidable effect, you get Doom on you. Uncleansable Doom, and it ticks almost immediately.
We don't need to worry about things that we aren't going to see today.
I already have my head full of the info you told me before.
I was gonna save that for another time, Alder. Let's not get ahead of ourselves too much here.
Let's focus on one thing at a time.
All right.
My brain is only so big.
I can't hear you when everyone is talking. What did you say, Asmo?
My brain is only so big.
It's not so much that it's not big, it's that it takes a while for things to absorb, which is customary for everybody. Someone said my name.
All right, Jenny. Since you bring Protect and Cure, I'm going to bring Shell and Spellforge.
Okay. I have no idea what Spellforge is. Like I said, I've done Castrum once. And mostly I did it by my usual method of I am a lost puppy. Someone please protect me.
Look at the critical engagements and look at the boss's name of Castrum.
Motley Crew?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a much better run than last time when there were only... When it went in, there were only 14 people.
Yeah, that was because a bunch of people went over to whatever the heck it was first, before.
Yeah, but with
before
14,
bots.
it's still...
It's rough, but it's doable.
It's doable if people know what they're doing, and I clearly do not know what I'm doing half the time.
Alright, I'm gonna be a bard.
Alright, cool deal. You can either, both of you can basically either treat either myself or Alder as the safety Dorito.
Safety
Pretty
Dorito?
much.
Safety Dorito. I mean, I know what he's talking about, but still, I haven't heard it called that.
It is called Danger Dorito.
I've heard Safety Dorito. I've heard Danger Dorito. I also prefer to call it the Dorito of Salvation.
The person to follow. I got Asmo this mount. He's like, it's the big crab, and I was like, yeah, big crab. Mm-hmm.
Crab.
Big crab.
Small crab.
You mentioned that earlier. You got that for him because it's really goofy.
It is. It's hilarious. Where is Asmo?
I'm just waiting in the camp for this thing to drop.
Yeah, the registration period is
One?
is pretty long.
Oh, you're up on a big mount. You should get on your little mount.
No.
Get on the crab.
No.
Get on the crab.
No.
I can find it. Where's my crab? Where is my crab? Where is
You're
my
gonna have to chase
crab?
you
I found
around
my
and you're
crab.
gonna...
I found my crab. Crab.
Maybe.
Slightly less small crab. Crab.
Chase him. Chase him.
Crab. Crab battle. Crab. Crab.
Bird up.
Surrounded by crabs.
Light burr.
I don't know. I find it so funny.
As long as you do.
Crab.
Alright. 50 seconds.
Ow. We need to get Elder a crab.
Essence of the Breathtaker. Increases poison resistance and movement speed, including mount speed.
Yeah,
Evasion by
about
10%.
Essence of the
What?
Breathtaker. Yeah, Essence of the Breathtaker is actually also pretty good if you're in here spamming the skirmishes, because you can just get to them a heck of a lot quicker. Like I said, it also has a synergistic effect with Auto Potion and Auto Ether.
By the way, real quick question for all you guys. So everyone in here plays MMORPGs, right?
Yep,
Yes.
I played 2
No,
right
I
now.
don't.
Alright.
No, I don't play MMORPGs.
Is there
at all.
anyone here who would dispute the fact, and I do think it's a fact, that the PvP side of the community are the minority?
He means
I would
PvP
not-
focused people, not people who would dabble in PvP, but people who focus
Yeah,
on PvP.
focused PvPers.
I would say that depends on the MMO itself. Because, like, I don't know if you can just... Like, I'd say
I would say generalize all of the MMO space.
I would say they are more minority than the PvPs, yeah.
I find it's generally a minority, but at the same time, I don't have access to any real hard data to confirm or deny that.
I mean, I'm not asking you to base it on any like data like that. Like there might be statistics out there, but based on your experience.
Based on my experience, the only real two that I've spent a hell of a lot of time in are this and WoW for the most part. And for part of my time in WoW, a good part of my time in WoW, I actually played on a PvP server.
Same.
And I had no idea what server pops even really were, so I can't really definitively say, but I do know that in this game in particular, mostly because it wasn't really executed too terribly well, the PvP community is quite a minority.
Well, I'm talking like the whole MMO space, and in my experience playing World of Warcraft, ESO, now a little bit of New World, and 3 other MMOs, I'd say, from my experience, the exclusive or players that focus on PvP are the extreme minority. There are more role players than there are PvP focused players, from my experience. Now there are
on a data center that has a lot of role players.
No, so
thanks, Balmung.
Again, like my
All
point.
right,
My point is, from my experience, the vast majority.
So now that we're starting Asmo, this is actually a twin boss. There's a boss up front and down low. They both have to die fairly close to each other. The two bosses are different, but they both have to be engaged at the same time.
Are we going up or down?
I'm going up the ladder.
Yeah, we're going up then.
Okay, it definitely helps for us.
Oh, this really is like sieging a fort.
Yeah, we're going over the walls. This is our escalade, and our job up here is to engage and occupy this dude so he doesn't take out the tunnel armor that we have down there that we have as a battering ram to break down the gate.
I don't know if it's evenly split. I think there's more people up top.
Yeah, apparently according to Yale, you've got 17 top and 14 bottom. But yeah, if you look down in chat and if you see someone shouting either, top slow or top stop or bottom slow, bottom stop, do so. Because if one dies they die too far apart, we'll eventually get overwhelmed by ads up here.
Okay.
Okay. Well, for now, stay up here with let people who aren't in groups or things do the switching around for right now.
Yep.
Let's keep it focused on what we're currently doing rather than the whole, because I get confused as well.
Yep. Alright, so white balls, get close. Black balls, stay away. Be mindful, the balls might switch position. Shoot the core. Shoot the core when it pops up.
Okay.
You said balls.
We're mature adults here, really.
So it looks like the bottom have started.
Yep, they've engaged. False Thunder. Oh, get behind his hand. False Thunder. I forgot to mention. Does this? You get behind his hand because it's going to be a big ol' swipe. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. Anti-War Machina weaponry spawns the core.
I was watching the boss down below.
Yep. Shoot the core. Lightning Shower's just an AoE. Energy generation spawns the balls. Get close to the white ones. Alright, actually, he's a Machina. Shroud and Alder, I'm buffing you. Up, get behind him. Get behind the hand. Giving you a buff that lets your attacks count as being magical, so you'll deal increased damage to him. Alright, balls, get away. Yep, you got it.
Oh, I got it.
Bottom is at 50%.
Top's at 54. We're fairly close together. Electric Anvil is Buster. I have no clue if it cleaves. And I dodged it. Dodge in the order that they appear. Wait for the effect to visualize.
You're the hokey pokey.
That's what it's all about.
We're way slow up top. They just did 25% now, Bob.
Yeah, we're way behind that.
Alright, they're gonna switch places, get near the one, the black ones. Yep. Anti-war Machina weaponry, the core's gonna spawn. Of course, now that I've harped on so much about how awesome Breathtaker is for not letting your auto potions and ethers expire, they are going to switch. No, they're not. Remember, opposites attract, likes repel.
Okay.
But I forgot that it propels you a very long freaking way.
Magnus, how did they work?
His hand on the right. Alright, it'll be safe to limit break Shroud right about now. Or not, he'll be dead soon. Just focus on the boss. There we are. Okay.
Wait, did you say limit break?
I did say limit break.
I just heard Enshroud.
Well, I mentioned your in-game name, I'm sorry.
Actually, that's funny. Enshroud, because he has an ability to enshroud.
I think it was a happy little accent. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. All right. Now, this place has personal loot. The chest will appear after the thing has broken down the door, so don't forget it.
Gotcha.
All right. So up ahead, we're going to be rescuing prisoners after we deal some trash. There are 6 wings, so we're going to be opening doors, looking for an executioner. All they're doing is focusing on a resistance prisoner, doubting their health. Our job is to kill the executioner before the prisoner dies.
Gotcha.
Right. If you don't see him, do not enter against. You're just gonna collect mobs. We don't need to fight.
Yep. We're looking for
The
executioners
loot should
first.
be in this next room. Here.
Yep, it is. Now, I mentioned Lost Death. The executioners are actually susceptible to the death effect. Alright, your priority is going to be tethered mobs.
Tethered mobs?
Yeah, mobs that tether to the jerk face here. Ableo.
Albedo. Albedo. Ableo.
I just got smashed flat.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to collect some ads here.
Yep, I made
Trying
friends.
to be a good tank here.
I made friends.
Alright, the four hounds here. Ice Dog goes. Silence! Monstrosities are tethering him now. Away from the dudes. Alright, someone in chat said top take west, bottom take east. So we're going to be going to one of the western quarters here then.
We're going to west?
Yep, we're going to go west. We're going to search out rooms. It helps if we actually spread out somewhat, because we want to cover as much ground as possible.
Alright.
Let's go this way. Since we're all going this way, we'll pop open doors here. I'll run ahead and just grab those mobs there. One of you guys can pop open doors.
Alright.
Oh, looks like that guy's getting the Hexadrone. Oh, we gotta kill it. We gotta kill it first. You gotta kill it first. Got that bit, sorry.
Okay. Probably been a while since he did it, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Fun fact: there's there's an achievement for doing it. Don't worry about me.
And there's an achievement for freeing all 6 prisoners.
No, there's an achievement for clearing this place 50 times. I don't have it yet. But yeah, for each prisoner we rescue, we get bonus loot. Alright, open the doors quick.
Don't go in here, nothing in here.
Legion Beastmaster.
Found him!
No.
Found him!
Which
We're
one?
looking for an executioner and a
Executioner,
prisoner.
4th Legion Executioner. We've got him here.
Nope.
Alright, saved him.
I was gonna see if I could heal him, but apparently no.
Damn, we got 4 of them already.
Alright, so... Oh! This is... Yeah. This is our next objective. Kill the Beastmaster first. Oh! Someone just used Lost Death on the guard. Alright, you see that red thing with the lights between it?
Yeah.
You stand in it, it will actually... It's actually one of 6 buttons needed to open the door to the next area.
Okay.
But first we need to save all the prisoners. Now, it used to be that... Okay, no prisoners remain to be saved, so... Now we can step on it. Thankfully, it used to be you had to stand on it and stay stood on it to open the door. Now you don't need to. You just need to walk in it and it triggers it. Just shout out, West is pressed, so people know. Yeah, once all 6 buttons are pressed, then the door will open and we'll get to deal with a mob that really doesn't matter all that much.
Alright.
You can just go all casual on it. Do your 1, 2, 3. Save your cooldowns. You're gonna need them later. Alright, I should have brought Steel Forge. Too.
My FC's working on leveling up for a Savage Castrum.
Savage Delibrum? Ooh, I wish you all the best of luck in there. Best of luck getting your Cerberus, doggo.
Makes me wonder how tough Desi and Arsenal's that tough.
Makes you wonder how tough who is?
Desi and Arsenal.
I've never been in, but it has the same no resurrections restriction. Thankfully, the last boss does not take a good solid 24 hours to kill. Alright, door's open. But wait! Okay, remember, attack when the tail is up.
It's a towel.
Alright, I'm not even bothering to get aggro here, because Marsak is just gonna keep aggro. Alright, this boss's mechanics can change with every run. It's gonna pick three of 6 elements. Water's knockback. Once fire triggers, don't move until your fire debuff expires. Ice, move about or jump up and down. Wind is a donut. Earth is cascading AoE starting from point blank, and I forget what lightning does. I think lightning's a donut AoE.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Yep. Oh, by the way, this guy, specifically susceptible to physical damage.
Hit him with a stick.
If I had Steel Forge, I could actually buff you, Jenny, so you deal more damage to it.
Yeah.
But I did not think ahead. Okay, Cursed Feet spawns the elemental orbs. It's gonna... Okay, the first one is water, so get in a bit. You can use knockback immunity to prevent this. Okay, so the first is gonna be water. Okay, so we're gonna have water this go. Just gonna show you them in isolation first, which is very nice of it.
Fire.
Fire, so once it gets in the middle, basically put your weapon away or just stop targeting it. Until the debuff clears.
What? I put my weapon away.
If you're still...
It's any action, don't move,
Any action, don't move, don't do anything. Okay, wind is a donut AoE. Okay, so we're gonna have wind, fire, and water are the only elements we're gonna see this go around. Okay, first is there's gonna be a chain lightning effect. Spreading out. Follow people. Yeah, you see there's a chain lightning. There's gonna be this big old zappy, 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 and that's where it detonates. Okay, he's gonna do them in combination now. I'll call it out. He's gonna be water then fire. So you're gonna be knocked back.
Not just gonna hurt.
Okay. Don't move. Don't move. Or do any actions until the debuff clears. Yeah, they resolve in the order they come in. It'll always be... Yeah. Tornado. These are persistent. Flare is just a buster. AoE. Curse of the Fiend is coming up. Okay, if at spawn you want to... Okay, it's going to be multiples. Okay, so first is going to be air then wind. I would recommend using arm's length for this. Okay, next is going to be water then fire. Knock back and hold still. Okay, good. Okay, I got it. I have the aggro.
Fuck.
Jenny, you might want to say that you're down.
Someone's already focused on me. Someone's already seen me.
Okay, ads, kill ads. First two, alright, we're gonna be, that's gonna hurt. There we are. Top rampart here. AoE, there's that. Okay, you've seen all the mechanics there are to see. Alright. Alright, first off is going to be wind, then water. So get to the very middle, the very center. Move in. Next is going to be wind, then fire.
Nope.
Alright, and it's dead. Yeah, you really don't want to greet that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we saved
5.
5 of the prisoners, so we have 5 bonus chests. These can contain some pretty good fragments that can only be found in here.
If you're having trouble seeing the chests, you can hold down, by default, it's the X key, which will remove people's names.
Yep. Okay, so this next one, I'm gonna let you watch the cutscene.
Alright.
Okay, so for this next one, there's actually gonna be a DPS check partway through, but only up to 8 people can take up the challenge. And it has to be taken up or we wipe. So a party has to be formed for it. We're gonna stay down here with the main boss. He is not he's not vulnerable to physical or magical damage. I'm trying to remember the names of both of his.
He's probably trying to watch the cutscene.
Yeah, gotcha.
I just finished it, but yeah.
Yeah, so we're fighting Lyon's his favorite pet. So there are 2 big AoEs to be concerned about. One is Frigid Pulse, which I know it is a donut AoE, point blank. So get in. The other one, I forget the name of, is a cross AoE. Fervid Pulse, that's what it's called. It is a cross AoE. A plus, so front and back, side and side. Oh, they pulled already.
Oh. figure it out as we go.
Yep. Molten Fluid is just an AoE. And it spawns these balls. The blue ones are safe to stand on top of. Sorry, I didn't do that in time. I would have preferred to give you a lowdown ahead of time.
It's fine. Just focus on the now, not the 5 minutes ago.
Fervent Pulse. Okay, now he's going to do a bunch of sequence. First one's going to be a circle. I'm going to focus on...
Oh, fuck. I lost connection.
Yeah, wait. Ah, darn. I'm going to hop up and down. And now the last one, he's going to hop to it. And it's going to be a cross.
Fuck. I'll restart the game.
Molten Plumage. Oh, and now they're going to be knocked around. Yeah, you gotta basically follow where they go. All right, at some point, ads are going to spawn. I'm just going to basically focus on grabbing ads, Jenny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a portal's going to pop up in the very north. No one except the Lion party that's going up is going to go up. Alder, get away. Just in case. Okay, ads.
Streaming.
Hooray, you're in.
Hey.
Yeah. There we are.
And I'm
Okay,
dead.
they made the DPS check. Basically, the longer that line is up, the longer all the beasts down here get a damage buff. Because Lion's a Beastmaster. Okay, first one's going to be a cross. Second's going to be a cross. Third's going to be a circle. And fourth's going to be a circle. There's a bit of a delay. Don't go to the circle yet. Yeah, he does it from where he jumps to. Alright, now go into the circle. Hold. Now go. Use a gap closer if you have it. Yeah. Yeah, this guy's a bit of a doozy.
Yep.
That way. Do a swoop. Okay, good, that doesn't cleave. Oh, I'm getting out of party heals. First one's a circle. Wait. Now move. Second two are going to be pluses.
I was in the circle.
Yeah, you got to get in and stay in for a bit.
I was out of that. I
I got server tick.
remember why I only did this once.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
It's frustrating the first time. You do it enough times, you get used to it.
I
Yeah,
think that you
but-
can say that about anything.
Yeah, you could say that about being boiled alive.
Oh, I went the wrong way. There we are, we got it.
Yay.
Alright, spoils here.
Yeah, just think back in the day when this was the thing to do. This is how you became max level.
Yep, and I'm gonna go turn in my level, and then I'm gonna sign out of Final Fantasy for a while.
Burned yourself out.
And I know you want to do your reaction thing.
Yeah. I'm gonna also grab dinner and then I'm gonna stream New World.
Hey, cool deal.
I will go eat myself, and you can do your reaction thing. And I think I have to make Matt dinner too. So I'll go make dinner, and we'll reconvene at New World in a while.
Alright.
Yep, I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'll take care of my island and other stuff real quick. And hopefully... Yeah. Oh, don't forget to appraise any lockboxes you have, or unlock any lockboxes you have.
Yeah, do that stuff every once in a while. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later.
Alright, catch you later.
See you later.
You know?
Yeah.
Something troubles you. Their soldiers fell so easily, fled so quickly. This all seems too easy. We struck before the reinforcements could arrive. As planned, and our soldiers fought valiantly. If you believe our victory came easy, it is because your plan was executed to the letter, sir. Perhaps.
Stroud! Is Mikoto alright?
We must split up and search for her.
I don't believe that will be necessary.
You bitch! You are outnumbered and outmatched, Mizia. Or at least her. And we may yet be lenient with you.
I'm not here to bargain, Basilian.
Please, Mizia. Whatever your grievance may be, I am certain we can find a solution. But you have to let her go. We can build a better Bozja, Mizia. Together!
Ever the optimist. and likely the first to go when this is all over. Shroud, if you would see her unharmed, come over here nice and slowly.
Ready the blades and wait for an opening.
How I have waited for this moment. Shroud, I'm so sorry. Careful. It would be a pity if I were to force to sell a holy relic such as this. Would you care to enlighten our friend here as to its history? There's no text. Oh, I guess it's just going over what we heard before. What is she planning? And what is that queer-looking blade? Here. We are going to take a little trip into the memories of this blade, if you wish to keep Makoto in one piece, that is. Makoto! Do it! Do it now! You kicked her away. Your leverage is gone. Why don't we just bum rush her? She kicked her away. You have a bow and arrow, bitch. Hit her. Strike her. Pincushion her. Is she headed to explore the memories of that blade? Perhaps while she's occupied we can... No, it sounds as though Mikoto and Shroud will be going with her. Interrupting them may have dire consequences. We must wait for our moment. Why didn't we pincushion her before? Oh my god! These people, man. Too good for their own good. Boobs. Sorry. Is it done then? She does not breathe, and her pulse has ceased. We were fortunate to catch her unawares. Were we to have incurred the wrath of the blade, she may have destroyed us all.
A quick, painless death, like as not. She did not even realize what happened. Is this the memory of the last queen? Tis true the blade possessed a terrible power, but was this the only way? I thought myself able to control it, to harness its power for good, and yet it seems I was found wanting. At the very least, I shall take heart in the knowledge my people are safe. Naught but lies and deceit. They used you, betrayed you, slaughtered you, and dragged your name through the dirt. Now rise, my queen. Exact your vengeance. Erase their accursed legacy from the pages of history. That wasn't creepy. No, leave her be! Alright, the trader lady, the queen did not need pants though, and that is coming from me. Lady of no pants. Go, claim what is yours. Thralled them. Death to the deceivers. In the name of the queen. I went through. Retreat!
Mikoto, no! Masak! Shout, we must withdraw and regroup! All of you, run! What the fuck? Okay then. Was not prepared for that one.
So the legends of our power are true. True then. We thought they were mere fairy tales.
It wouldn't be the first time one turned out to be true, trust me.
Wasn't he from, Invalus? The Invalus raids?
But she is the protector of Bozja. Why would the queen do such a thing?
Mazia, she was planted a seed of hatred within the queen. The queen's memory was altered then? That hatred seemed to be reaffirmed when the queen looked upon the soldiers bearing the weapons of her guard. Mazia was likely anticipating that reaction.
Death to the deceivers, they said. Gods, what happened all those years ago? Let us not dwell on the past. The blades must be saved.
I'm afraid the effects of tempering cannot be undone. Or rather, a cure has yet to be found.
Damn it all. Was this part of our plan as well? Let us return to Gangos. There is still much for us to discuss. Understood.
Oh, I can level up again. Oh, now I'm level 12 resistance. Okie dokie. I'll turn this in, wrap up. Casting is a buttload of XP. I see that. Alright.
To lose the cast room and Gunhilder's blades both, a heavy and most unexpected blow. It seems that rather than rely on sheer numbers, Menenius had a far more devious scheme in mind all along, and we played right into his hands. Thankfully, reinforcements from Dalmasca have recently arrived, and more from the Eastern Alliance will soon join our ranks as well. Until then, there is naught to do but wait and plan our next move. Now is the time to rest, my friend. You have more than earned it.
Alrighty. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Doom. Team Evil. Having a team meeting.
Well, well, word around here is you summoned a primal, is that right? You certainly know how to make a good first impression, don't you, lass?
I've seen similar from Albelio, and that aura side of his, but a primal summoning?
That takes a great deal more ether, doesn't it? I'd imagine even more to control it.
You've done well. Now go. Tend to your wounds. That's in order. We have ample time before the resistance returns. And when they do, I will have need of you again. Understood? Yes, sir.
Poor thing. If only she could learn to let go.
It would be better for everyone. Well, some more than others.
What do you want? I trust you're aware of the request from the 3rd Legion to return to the capital?
Of course I am. But Gabranth is in no position to comply with such orders.
I thought as much. Not that it matters. Nerva is just like his father, Titus. Weak and a coward. Unfit to give orders, let alone lead a nation. Having spent time serving under Basch, I understand full well your frustration. But the Garlemald you long for is a thing of the past. Though I must say, your plans to stall for time are proving quite effective. One can only hope you are as prepared as our dear Noah for what comes next.
What is it you are trying to say?
Soldiers with potential like her are not something to be used and discarded like an old boot.
We have never considered her to be expendable. She is a valuable asset.
For now, at least. Like I always say, death finds a way to weed out the unremarkable and otherwise ill-fortuned.
I almost envy you and your insouciance. Not that you would ever heed my counsel on such matters, let alone Gabranth's.
Says the man who ignores the counsel of peers and superiors both to defend Bozjan. But I really have to hand it to you. Enthralling those resistance soldiers was a fantastic idea. Why bother with persuasion when you have the power to enslave minds?
Flattery ill suits you, Lion, even when false.
Perhaps, but dirty tricks like that suit you quite well, don't they? You always were a conniving bastard. A real snake in the grass.
That I shall take as a compliment. Unforgiven and unforgotten. Save the Queen, chapter the 2nd. Alright. And you can now exchange Bozjan coins for gear by speaking to the resistance supplier at Utya's Aegis. Okay. We'll call that there for now. Okie dokie. Now to get that reaction I wanted to do out of the way. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna start this over, because we were about to start the reaction a while ago, but since I didn't actually do it, I'll just start the recording part over again. Well, hello everybody on the video front of this. Hopefully, if you're aware of me and my channel, I did a reaction to the Lazy Peon's update when it comes to Ashes for Creation that he recently did on his channel, the most recent one as of this recording and this stream. And in it, he brought up some drama to do with the Ashes of Creation community, which I'm not a part of in any capacity yet. Maybe I will be. One thing that was mentioned about that drama is Lucky Ghost was getting flack. Now, I assumed when that was first mentioned that it was all about his take with the game, right? Like a potential belief he has for the game, maybe a system he believes should be in the game that people don't agree with. All understandable things to, well, disagree with somebody on, or to have a different take on, or to even have a vitriolic reaction to, depending on a reasonable level of how one delivers their idea, or delivers their complaint, or delivers their perspective. However, a part of the complaint that he was receiving and backlash he was getting was simply because he had an ad on his content, which is nothing fucking new for any content creator, period, which is the most dumbass shit I have ever heard. People bitching and moaning about his ad, his in-video ad on Raid Shadow Legends. Cry me a goddamn fucking river, for Christ's sake. Like, that is just ridiculous. Fucking bots in the chat. Hold on. So, yeah, I thought that was absolutely stupid, and Lazy Peon did show a content creator, supposedly, or I don't know the person, who complained about that and said, oh, he shouldn't have any support whatsoever, he's a shill, he's a sellout. Listen, let me make something perfectly clear. If that person, who apparently his name is Paradox, according to the comment above that came from my reaction of the Lazy Peon's video, which we'll get into. But here's my thing. If you have valid complaints or valid disagreements with a content creator, even if you're angry and frustrated, stick to the points that actually fucking matter. The moment you make a dumbass complaint in the vein of, oh, well, he had an ad in his video, so he's a sellout. Nobody should support him. He did this dishonorable action. He is not allowed to have an ad in his video, says me, the almighty God. Oh. Who died and made you Christ? Fuck off. Listen, if you, whoever that fucker is, apparently his name is Paradox, I don't know, here's the thing. The person above me said in their comment that I'm not allowed, well, they implied, I'm not allowed to shit on somebody for such a stupid take unless I'm aware of them. As they said in their comment, and you ragging on Paradox without knowing him, his channel, or watching the Lucky video was a bit much. I don't need to. What Paradox was complaining about in the clip that I shat on him for was an ad, which content creators across the board do. If you're in a position to have advertisers ask you to advertise their shit, you're gonna fucking do it. Paradox included, no matter what he fucking says. I don't know who this guy is, I don't need to. He's a goddamn liar. Anybody who claims, oh, I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't put an ad in my video. The other people who say that are people who can't. I guarantee you, if you get that fucking email that says, hey, show my game, show my shit, show my monetization-riddled piece of shit mobile game, and I'll pay you $1,000. They'd fucking do it. Don't let them convince you otherwise. Because guess what? Anyone who claims otherwise is a liar. They're a goddamn liar. It's money. It's money for a scripted piece of shit ad in your video that nobody really believes you believe in if they can rub two brain cells together. So fuck off with that nonsense. Stop being a moral busybody, get off your fucking soapbox, and kiss my ass. I hate people who are high and mighty and think they're above others for something so arbitrary and unimportant. Especially in a situation where clearly the guy didn't like Lucky Ghost because of his take with the game, And instead of focusing on the legitimate, hopefully, issues he had with Lucky Ghost Take, he instead chose to focus on a non-issue, retarded point like him having an ad in the video, which completely, in my opinion, removes any significance of what you have to say about anything else. Because it tells me you're so low IQ, were the legitimate points you had even legitimate? Because if you genuinely thought it was, you know, a point to complain about an ad being in a fucking video, then I can't really imagine you're smart enough to grain together an actual point against what Lucky Ghost had to say. Now, granted, I'm about to watch his video, so maybe I'll end up agreeing. But guess what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to bitch and moan about a fucking ad. Grow the fuck up. This is real life. You adults who have a hobby like this, who can make money from it, should. If you get an email, you get a call that says, hey, advertise my shit and I'll pay you $1,000. I'll pay you $2,000. I'll pay you $4,000. Guess what? You'd fucking do it. And if you tell me otherwise, I know you're a liar, and now I know I can't value a goddamn thing you have to say across the board. So don't fucking lie to me. Don't lie to your audience, and don't be a piece of shit. Grow the fuck up. Jesus Christ, I hate moral busybodies. Like, I hate nothing more than moral busybodies who step on a goddamn soapbox and act like they're a fucking angelic piece of shit. You're not. Go fuck yourself. And if you disagree with me, fine, you're allowed to. But I stand by my point. So no, I don't need to know Paradox. I don't need to know his fucking channel. And I don't need to know his goddamn history. I don't need to know his IP address. I don't need to know where he was born. I don't need to know what his favorite dog's name is. I don't need to know what his favorite food is to be able to say that shit take is a shit take. Now again, Paradox might have had valid fucking points when it came to his video. He might have had some legitimate criticisms of Lucky Ghost. But guess what? You completely devalue those when you also complain about someone's fucking ads. Because if you put that in the same category of complaints of your legitimate ones, guess what? That's not a legitimate complaint. That's a moral busybody soapbox moment. And now, because you put it in the same room as those legitimate complaints, now I look at all of them like they're illegitimate and full of shit. Now again, I might about to be having the same exact take as Paradox. I might be. But I'm going to do the right thing and not bitch and moan about a non-issue. Like a fucking ad. I've made my point. Leave your dislike, fuck off. Now, for the rest of you who actually have brain cells to rub together, let's actually get into this and see if we can find some legitimate issues with Lucky Ghost Take. He does have a good chunk of dislikes here, so there probably is some legitimate issues with what he had to say here. And I am prepared to disagree with him. I don't know anything about Lucky Ghost. I'm not subscribed to him. I don't know his history with MMOs. I don't know his general community. I don't know nothing. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat real quick. It would depend for me. I wouldn't take some ads. There are just things I disagree with. And I doubt the Dollar Shave Club would want me to cuss on it. Well, that's not true. I mean, women shave their legs too, so I think they could. There's definitely room for them to open with some advertisements with you. But although, yeah, to be fair, Dollar Shave Club is more, leaning towards the male demographic. That being said, yeah, I tend to disagree. Like, for me, even if I morally disagree with, like, a company or some shit, again, you shouldn't if you believe a content creator, like, genuinely believes in the product they're advertising, just know they paid for it. Someone paid for them to say that stuff. So just take it for where it comes. Take it for where it comes. It's just an ad in a video. It's scripted. It's obviously scripted. Some creators even leave hints in their video. Hey, skip here and here. Some put actual timestamps so you can skip the ad. If you ever wonder if they believe in it or not. So I don't know. If Blizzard for example, I hate fucking Blizzard, but if they hired me to do an ad, I'd fucking do it. Because I'm taking money from them, and my audience knows how I feel about Blizzard. So they would just skip the ad, and I would take money from them, and they probably wouldn't get any off of me. So, good example. If I can take money from where it comes, I'm going to take it. So, I don't know. For me, I just don't believe for a second that an Rage Shadow Legends ad was worth any kind of complaint. Again, for me, it delegitimizes any genuine complaints one would have if you put that in the same video as you complaining about maybe legitimate complaining points on what Lucky Ghost take is. So that's for me. That's from me. But anyway, let's jump right into this video and see if this comment above me, left by that gentleman, has any kind of staying power.
Piss a lot of people off. I can just imagine the comment section now. Heck, the thumbnail probably has some of you already furiously typing on your keyboard about how I'm trying to kill another MMO. But you're wrong. Quite the opposite. I'm trying
Kill another MMO. What MMO has Lucky Ghost killed?
to save Ashes of Creation. So hear me out before you leave a comment, because you'll likely realize I'm on your side. I just want Ashes to succeed, but if Ashes of Creation goes through with its current design without changing anything, its chart is going to look no different than any other dying MMO today. I don't say that lightly. I know how much copium some of us are.
Alright, off the bat, he is making a very bold statement, but just to recap how he said it.
I'm trying to save Ashes of Creation, so hear me out before you leave a comment, because you'll likely realize I'm on your side. I just want Ashes to succeed, but if Ashes of Creation goes through with its current design without changing anything, its chart is going to look no different than any other dying MMO today.
So that is a really bold way to phrase that, because he is speaking in definitives, which is a problem. You shouldn't do that. The game is not out yet, and Lucky Ghost, off the bat, I'm disagreeing with you on the premise that you're speaking with certainty. You shouldn't be speaking with certainty about... There is an argument to be said that you can be confident in what you're saying and speak of it with a level of certainty, but you do have to lend credence to the fact that you don't know what you're about to say is fact. You don't. You might have evidence from other games, other examples from other products, but the way Ashes is doing it, you don't have that in front of you to prove it. So I wouldn't speak in definitives. I'd speak in I'm confident, I'm fairly certain, but always leave room for it not to be the case. Because I feel like you are creating... Like, I'll tell you this. Like, people will leave a dislike like this. I think a good chunk of them will probably leave one solely because you're not leaving a fair bit of room for there to be a hole in what you're saying here. And I feel like again, I understand where he's coming from. He's coming more from a place of confidence in what he's saying, but you are speaking in certainties, which you shouldn't do about a product that isn't out. You can speak with confidence. You could be like, okay, I'm fairly certain, and I would even make a note at the beginning of the video, like, this is what I believe to be the case. So I'm going to, and if you really want to speak with certainties to really display your confidence in your take, I would start the video with saying, look, I'm about to talk about this angle about this product with confidence, because I'm very certain of what I believe here is to be the case. However, just know, I don't know it to be true because it's not out yet, but I believe it to be. So if you hear me speaking in certainties, that's why I'm that confident in my take. People will respect you more if you do that, because you're letting them know that it's coming from a place of confidence, but you're not fully shooting them down. You're not, like, this, to me, the way he's phrasing this, he is shutting he's creating a wall, right? He's not leaving, like, a window there for, like, a potential of disagreement with him and to kind of nitpick his point. He's putting a wall. He's saying, this is the facts, this is what's going to happen, I know this to be true, and I don't think you should do that. Not about a product that's not out. And again, unless you make a point at the beginning of the video saying, look, I'm just going to speak with certainties because I'm that confident, but obviously I don't actually know because the product isn't out. Something as small as that does really help people not feel like you're devaluing what they have to say as well.
Don't say that lightly. I know how much copium some of us are sucking in, hoping that Ashes of Creation will be the next MMO to rekindle our love for the genre. Trust me, I'm sucking in more of this stuff than Narc, and he's literally made of it at this point. But there is a massive problem most of you are ignoring, and that problem is you don't like Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation in its currently planned design is not made for you. If you are a WoW player, an ESO player, a Final Fantasy XIV player, a Guild Wars 2 player, chances are you're gonna hate AOC once you get past past the first few days. Heck, I even asked you guys if you would like a game like AOC, and you said no. I just asked in a way where you didn't know I was asking about AOC. I posed the question like this: how would you feel about an open world MMO with always on PvP that you could never turn off? 82% of you that had an opinion in one way or the other said, no way, not.
I have actually seen another picture of this poll. I have actually seen another picture of it. There's actually a third question that he cropped out, which is a little shady. I would show the full poll, but I get what he's going for here. He's going more for the certain ones, as because the third option was like, are you not sure? Are you on the fence? Was essentially like the third one, but he's trying to show like the more like definitive takes. So I would have shown that other factor though, because it does feel weird when you crop it out, especially when people can just look at your community tab and see what you cropped out. I don't know, weird choice. I wouldn't have done that, but it's not like a big thing. I'm not saying like because he didn't do that, he's being like disingenuous. Again, I understand why he's going with just this, because he just wants to show the certain takes. The people who are on the fence, well, they're on the fence, so it's not really helping the dialogue. So you're focusing on just the confident takes that people have. Now, as for the whole always on MMO, always on open world PvP, constant PvP, mandatory PvP. I meant to speak about this at the end of the previous reaction, but I didn't because, I was focused on the other thing, the stupid take about him being a shill just because he has an ad. This dumbass shit. Let me speak about it right now. I personally would not like to play an MMO that is always on PvP. I'm not saying that there are no one like that, and I'm not going to sit here and say that there shouldn't be an MMO like that. If you are someone who is okay with being ganked and likes to gank, that's fine. If you're someone who wants to be in a game where that is a constant consequence of the social aspect, as you could always be attacked, or there might be roving guilds of bandits. If you want to be in a game like that, I don't think there's a problem with that. But the thing is, if I have a choice between a game where I'm constantly getting ganked while I'm doing other activities that are PvE focused, I'm not going to enjoy that system. Like, I know I don't. I didn't like being ganked in WoW PvP. I didn't. Don't get me wrong. I did love some moments from open world PvP from WoW. Like, some of my best memories from vanilla were like getting together with my other the horde members of my PvP server that I was on and attacking Stormwind. Those were epic moments, but it's epic as those was. I did also have characters on PvE servers when I needed a break from the ganking and the constant getting attacked in the open world when you're just trying to do other activities, right? I could break away from it, but still enjoy the same experience of the rest of the game, but in an environment where I didn't have to worry about, again, getting ganked. Now, me personally, I do want to point this out because I know WoW now doesn't have PvP and PvE servers. Now it's just you turn on war mode for PvP. I don't like that system. I do think that there should be a dedicated PvP server and a dedicated PvE server for the two experiences. And I know in the Ashes community, a lot of people are like, fuck no PvE server, you have to play PvP. Again, I'm not saying that the game shouldn't do that and it won't have any success if it does. I don't know. I would say I don't think it'll have as much success if it chooses to go that route. Because I know a lot of PvPers don't want to hear this, but I hate to break it to you. You're not the majority of the MMO community. You're really not. Now, I don't know the exact numbers. I don't. Like, nobody does. Like, across all MMOs who would be interested in this game. How many people who like round-the-clock dedicated PvP? I'd say a good chunk. It's certainly a lot. Is it enough to keep Ashes up? Is it enough to make Ashes a super successful MMO? Potentially. Is it enough to overtake the giants in the field right now? Like FF14, WoW still, even though I don't like WoW anymore? No. I'm going to say hell no. There's just... I will say this. For every passionate PvPer that wants that open world PvP ganking experience, there's probably about 40 to 50 PvE leaned players that want that experience more. You know, that don't want to worry about getting ganked, and then if they do want to do PvP, it's dipping their toes in it from time to time in a mode like Battlegrounds or not really, just Battlegrounds, Crystalline Conflict for FF14, you know, modes to switch to, but then you can always go back to that core PvE experience. I'm going to say a good vast majority of MMO players are PvE oriented. And I think the numbers reflect that. The top MMOs on the market today have a PvE focus and a PvP system within that. Whether it be modes like an FF14 with Questline Conflict, or the Frontlines, or with WoW with Battlegrounds and the like. It's a mode you can opt into, but then as soon as it's done, it's done. It's a pocket PvP experience that you don't have to constantly deal with. If you force players into a system where they have to deal around the clock, do I think Ashes is going to see anywhere near as much success as WoW? No. FF14? No. I just don't see it. I don't see it happening. Lost Ark, I don't even think it will see as much success as Lost Ark. That's just my prediction. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't advocate for Ashes to be PvP focused. And again, I don't know for a fact the numbers in front of me. But based on my experience and what I know of the MMO communities, most players are PvE. So I'll just say this, and I'll leave off on this because it's I'm kind of starting to repeat myself, and I apologize. I think Ashes will be successful, certainly at the start when it first launches. I have no doubt about that. Will it succeed long term? I think it'll succeed and it'll hold itself up. I think enough people are passionate about supporting this project and are eager for it. There are content creators who are. There are lots of people on the internet wide who are. But I stand by. I just don't think it'll be as successful as the greats or the bigs in the sphere. But I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's always good to get a new game. It's always good to get a new MMO, and I don't know this to be the case. So when the game comes out, I'd like to be proven wrong. It's always good to get a new game, and it's always good to see it succeed if it deserves it. And this game, from what I've seen, does look really, really cool. I probably am not going to get the game. But I'll look more into the PvP system. I know there's a corruption system I know very little about. So until I look into that might shift my opinion. But just the idea of mandatory PvP, in that MMO makes it unappealing to me.
For me. And I would wager that the 18% that voted that you would want this, a substantial portion of you have never played an MMO with the AOC's proposed PvP system. And before you say, hey, I have played Lineage 2 or some other MMO where you can kill anyone, anytime with a flagging system that turns people purple and red based on how everything transpires, I am well aware a handful of you love this type of PvP. You are the rule 34 of PvP. You are an outlier. Yes, you like it. The problem is almost nobody else does. Ashes of Creation PvP is a one-to-one replica of the PvP system from Lineage 2. I have played it. I have lived it. I have thousands of hours in that system. It was my first MMO and I degened it like the disgusting goblin of an MMO fiend that I am. What this means is I know every single problem with this system and how detrimental it's going to be to an MMO that tries to implement it in the modern day. Now, I don't expect you to just take my word for it. So in this video, I'm going to go over those problems and the inevitable effect they will have on the game's performance over time. I will also go over some proposed solutions and ask for you to propose solutions in the comments as well. My goal in this video is not to stifle interest in AOC, quite the opposite. I saw the Archer playtest and I am in love with the world they have created. I want to get lost in that world. I want Ashes of Creation to do well, but I am also painfully aware of exactly why it won't if it doesn't address the problems I'm going to bring to light in the video today. The first and most...
Again, I definitely understand a chunk of those dislikes because of the level of certainty he's speaking with.
Most obvious problem is that Ashes of Creation is an always-on open-world PvP game, and 90% of MMO players flat out won't enjoy that. That means, right from the beginning, almost everyone that tries this game is sure to not like it. But you know what they will like? Raid Shadow Legends.
Hold on. I'm about to give a magical revelation to the morons who are bitching and moaning that he had a Raid Shadow Legends ad. This is gonna blow your mind. Okay? Okay? You watching? You watching? You listening? It's about to blow your mind. You're never gonna recover from this. Because you probably didn't know this existed before, because you were bitching and moaning about it.
Jens, who's also the sponsor of I think will kick in. It's been
Oh my god. Did you see that? Do you need to see me do it again? Hold on. Let's do it again.
That means right from the beginning, almost everyone that tries this
Get
game
ready.
is sure to not like it. But you know what they
Prepared?
will like? Ashes of Creation. After the very brief
It's like magic. Blissful. Mystical. Passionate magic.
stint of starting up and enjoying a few fun levels in the low-level areas, in the new world, the PvP will kick in. The griefing will kick in. It's been proven time and time again that MMOs that focus solely on PvP players never achieve more than a niche status in the MMO genre. The best they can hope to do is to carve out a tiny corner of a tiny market for themselves and their players. I think AOC can satisfy both groups. I really do. I think it can satisfy the PvP sweatlords who are happiest when others are rage quitting the game because of them. I think it can also satisfy the PvE players who just want to get lost in a beautiful MMO and come together to take down epic raid bosses, dungeons, and occasionally group up for PvP content when they want to. And I'll go ahead and tell you how I think AOC can achieve this before the video's over. But here's the rub, the inescapable fact that if you're a PvE main...
So if he does before the video is over, automatically that proves one point of this guy's comment wrong. Because he said, Lucky said all through the video that he was there to help Ashes, which he has done, that is correct, and the community, yet he did nothing to improve it, which, off the bat, let me hold you to that. What do you expect Lucky to do to objectively improve it? This is a commentary video. He's making a suggestion. He's not one of the fucking developers. He's not sitting there in front of the engine coding it. So what do you mean he did nothing to improve it? He can't do anything to hurt it. He's speaking about it. So I'm holding you to that. I know what you meant. But be careful how you write stuff. Are you serious? He can't improve or hurt it. He's commenting about it. No suggestions, no alternative system. Just that if they have PvP, the game will fail ST launch. And since his entire community is anti-PvP from the start, I don't know that to be true. I'm not going to believe that to be true. As he just said, he's not anti-PvP. He does see them as like, I don't necessarily agree with that point, but he said he sees PvP different from griefing. Now, I think what this commenter meant to say was he's anti-open world, mandatory PvP. That's true. And I'm anti-mandatory PvP for the most part. Again, unless this corruption system I've heard tell about is as good as it might be. If it's as good as it hopefully is, then that might change my mind. But without knowing about that, just focusing on the mandatory element of the PvP, I don't like that. I'm not going to play Ashes. But that doesn't mean I don't think the game should be the way it is. I'm not going to advocate it to change. I do think it's important for developers to stick to the vision they have, because when you start deviating, that's when mistakes start to happen. So focus on your vision and try and make that as much of a reality as possible. But I don't think this video isn't so far. We're only 5 minutes in, but so far it's not coming off as anti-PvP. It's more like anti-mandatory PvP. And he did just say he's going to make suggestions of an alternative system. So if he doesn't do that, this comment is correct about the no suggestions, no alternative system. If he does, this commenter lied to me, which wouldn't surprise me, but still.
In the MMO of your choice, you won't like Ashes of Creation. You won't like when you're trying to level with your friends and a group of sweaty players comes and bullies you out of your spot. Oh, did the community work hard to upgrade a node and unlock a new dungeon? That's nice, but I've seen how that plays out. You won't be allowed inside that nice new dungeon. Sorry, that's going to be locked down by one of two groups of players. If you're lucky, it's going to be locked down by the sweatiest, most degenerate PvP guild on the server. If you go inside, they'll grief you until you leave. Griefing is going to be something that comes up a lot in this video because all the poor, inexperienced players that have never played in this flagging system are under the assumption that they are going to be protected by this flagging system. And this could not be more wrong. You will not be protected by this flagging system. This flagging system is easily abused and circumvented in its current design, and this is my primary reason for making this video. Steven, if you are listening, you cannot recycle this flagging system from a game from 2003 without changing it substantially or adding more systems to protect the players. You must improve upon it to protect the players that aren't griefers, because as you know, griefers not only survive under the system, but they thrive under the system. And I know I'm not going to say anything that Steven isn't aware of. He played this game as well. He played Lineage 2, but he also hasn't addressed these problems.
I cannot comment if Lucky is correct in this regard. I don't know what Lineage system is, so I'm not going. So when I look more into the corruption system of Ashes, since I don't know that, I can't really speak to if they're the same system. So, at this point, there's nothing really I can say about this particular point. But he did just say that Steven, who I'm assuming is the head developer of Ashes, that probably knows this. Okay.
Publicly. So either he's hoping it's just going to work out, or he's thinking the rest of the game will be good enough to retain players in spite of these glaring flaws. And I'm warning you all now. It won't. It can't be. These flaws cause way too many quit moments daily for most of the players in the game. Now
I will say this though. Again, not knowing the system, I'm not commenting with any kind of definitiveness or certainty here. This is just based on if it's what I think it is. If the flagging system in Ashes is simply a player gets like a colored tag by their name, if they are like the bad guy, if they like grief somebody or attack somebody, so they get labeled corrupted, or they get labeled the bandit, or they get labeled as a PKer, player killer, that doesn't really do anything. If it's just that, like, it might do a little bit to help out players. Like if you see off in the distance a player has like that color tag, you will try and avoid them. But if that player like hones in on you, knowing that they're a griefer isn't really gonna save you. So I hope there's more to it than it's just like a visual cue to let you know that this person's a murderer. Because, great, I know they're a murderer. It's like, oh good, I know that while they stab me and kill me. It was good to know that. Like, again, hopefully there's more to it than that. If there's not, though, and it's simply, hey, they're a bad guy, that'll do a little bit. That'll do a little bit. Like, again, you'll see that on the different distance, and if you're lucky and they don't notice you, you can avoid them. But it doesn't really do you any good when they actually do attack you. And if the player themselves doesn't really care that they've been flagged a murderer because they're kind of living it up as the bad guy, you don't really achieve anything with it. So the system kind of becomes a moot point. Again, I don't know if that's what I believe it's called the corruption system is. But if that is what it is, it's not going to do that much to protect players from being griefed. Now, that's not really a problem. Like, if that's good enough for you as a player, then by all means, play to your heart's content. I'm not advocating that the game not be made or change that system if they think that's more than enough for their player base. But if that's all they have to protect players from that frustration of getting ganked while they're just trying to play the game, and they're not really interested in PvPing at that moment, they want to do a PvP activity like crafting and gathering, it's going to frustrate them, they're not going to want to play, and then they're going to quit the game. And I don't know how the revenue service of this Ashes is going to work. If it's a subscription fee, you're going to lose customers. If it's a buy-to-play, well, they're going to tell their friends, they're going to tell other people, they're probably going to complain about it online and advocate for other people not to buy it. And if that becomes widespread enough, that will affect your purchase bottom line. So if it's buy-to-play or it's subscription-based, it's going to hurt your numbers. This is kind of the problem with most PvP-focused MMOs. There is a huge player base that really love that system, but when I say huge, is that huge in comparison to the overall player base of something like WoW or FF14? No. Again, the vast majority of MMO and MMORPG players are PvE oriented, with like a slight interest in PvP. PvP dedicated folks are kind of a niche community within MMOs. That's still a decent sized amount of people. I don't want to pretend that's like 5 guys in their basement. It's probably still in the hundreds of thousands, probably. But compared to the millions of players that don't like that system and don't like mandatory PvP, that's going to hurt the bottom line. Again, I don't advocate that, Steven, again, I believe that's who the head developer is, I don't advocate for them to change that system. If they believe whatever player base they get with that flagging system that they're planning to implement, if they're satisfied with who's going to be satisfied with that, then by all means. But I'm just saying, you're not going to get as many people to play your game as you would just having a PvP and PvP servers. I will say that with the level of confidence. But again, I'll look more into the corrupted system. If it's more than just a color tag, then I'll change that take. But just based on not knowing it, that's my takeaway.
I'm gonna explain why, and I'm also gonna ask you, the viewer, to help come up with a solution. If you think of a way to improve upon this system to protect normal players from griefers, leave it in the comments below. So, back to the scenario we began to describe. If your group is in a dungeon and you're merrily grinding along, the guild that has this dungeon locked down will show up and flag on you. They will not go red on you because generally the punishment for going red is good enough that it prevents players from doing so excessively. I say generally because it's not always effective, but we'll touch more on that later. However, they don't need to go red. They'll go purple. Healer is throwing out big heals, trying to keep the mobs in the dungeon from killing the tank, because if their tank dies, the whole group wipes, and in the process, the healer is burning through their mana supply. The end is inevitable. You don't win this exchange as the group that's mid-pole against a sweaty PvP guild. The PvE group trying to enjoy the dungeon has two options, and both result in them losing. They would likely lose the fight even if they weren't already engaged with NPC enemies, because it's likely the top PvP guild locking down the dungeon. They are sweatier. They don't log out of the game. They are generally the group of players involved in all of the seediest forms of play, meaning they RMT, they bot, they do anything it takes to be the #1 guild so that they can survive and dominate in this always on PvP game. You, the normal player trying to enjoy the dungeon after work, you don't stand a chance in an even fight, but that's not relevant because they're not going to attack while you aren't fighting NPCs. They're gonna wait until your tank is mid-pole and picking away at your team's health until NPCs kill you for them. If you fight back, you will go purple, and that is their biggest hope, because if you go purple, they can dispatch you all the quicker as they will unload on your team, which will be caught fighting them and the mobs that the tank pulled at the same time. If you're lucky, you won't be mid-pole when the other team rolls up. At this point, you'll either both stand there until one gets bored and leave, or you'll fight for the spot. It becomes not a battle of wills, but a battle of time. Who is willing to spend their night getting nothing done? Who has more time to waste in the game? And guess what? It's not you, it's them. They are the top guild that is holding this dungeon down because they don't have a life outside of this game. They're on...
Again, though, I do want to hit on this. If you're playing a game that is PvP oriented and it's not dishonest about that in the advertisement, which Ashes I don't think has been, then those players shouldn't consider that PvP experience a waste of time. They should expect it. Again, that's why I wouldn't play Ashes to begin with. Like, again, I'm going to look into the corruption system, but just based on it being mandatory PvP and not knowing that system, I probably just wouldn't play it in the first place because I don't want to opt into what I would consider a waste of time. But if you're playing that game, you can't really complain about it being a waste of time since you knew that going in. Like, you knew it was going to be mandatory PvP. You knew that with that comes griefers and hordes of griefers at that will hound you day and night. Like, like that's it. You're kind of screwed in that front. So if you don't go in with that understanding, then I'd say that's more on you than it is the game, because you should have known that going in. But again, that kind of goes back to the whole point of the main problem is that because of that, lots of people aren't going to give Ashes a chance because they're not going to want to get griefed. Okay, we're kind of going in a circle here.
On it all day and all night, and they live to make other people quit the game. The more miserable you are, the happier they are. It is a direct correlation for them. You might eventually choose to duke it out.
And again, if you opt into that system, and if it makes you miserable, you can't really complain about it, because again, you should have known that going in. So I would say if you're the most players who are going to opt into Ashes are going to be focusing on the PvP. So with that, hopefully they've PvP'd before. They know what that's like. They know what the open world PvP experience is. Like, if you played WoW open world, like back in the PvP servers, if you were on that server, it had mandatory PvP. So you knew what was going to happen, right? Like, you knew ganking was a risk. You knew a rogue could come up and butt stab your ass and kill you. While you were just, like, leveling in the Barrens, or you were leveling in Elwyn Forest. You know, anyone could come up and gank your ass. Like, you accepted that as a reality, and you had fun with it because you knew that going in. You weren't surprised when it happened, right? Like, when someone killed your ass, you were like, oh, right, PvP server. So, if you're not having fun in that system, you should have known you weren't going to have fun with it to begin with and not played the game. Like, yeah.
Or you might choose to waste their time until you have to sign off for the night, feeling good that they got nothing done, but also knowing you didn't have fun. You just wasted the 3 hours you had to play stalemating with one of the sweatiest PvP guilds in the game. They will do this until you leave the dungeon, and they will keep doing it until you decide not to come back. So you'll go to the second most interesting spot in the game to level with your friends, and guess what? The second sweatiest PvP guild will be locking that down, or the best PvP guild will get bored of their area because no one's going there anymore, and they'll come knocking.
I think another source of the dislikes is Lucky Ghost's choice of characterizing the people who are looking forward to Ashes of Creation, who are PvP-focused players. Now, I don't speak about ganking. I know the term ganking and griefing is typically thought of as negative. I'm just talking about it as objective acts of PvP, right? Like, in those systems, you have ganking and griefing. What is ganking and griefing? It's basically being butt stabbed. It's being assassinated in the middle of doing an activity where you weren't expecting to be PvPing. It's like, for example, like in crafting and gathering, if you were gathering a node out in the world and someone comes up and stabs your ass, that's ganking. Like, you just got ganked. And if you get attacked like 4 guys while you're just traveling from one city to another, that's like, you know, you're getting griefed, you're getting ganked. These are systems that happen in these games, but I don't think that, you know, I'm not gonna call people who do that in a system that lets them, like, sweaty, gross, disgusting, degenerate PvPers. No, like, they're playing the game. They're playing in the system that let them play like that. I'm not gonna hold them as being bad. Like, you're not bad if you do that. You're just a player. You're playing the game in the system. Hell, I don't even think they're bad if they shit talk about it. It's like they teabag your body and they're like, haha, get ganked, noobs. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, you'll probably hate them in the moment. But they're just playing the game. It's like a Call of Duty lobby, right? People talk shit, hardcore shit in those lobbies. Are they bad people? Are they sweaty, gross, disgusting degenerates? I mean, probably a little bit. But, like, not for that. They're just playing the game. Kind of how it's intended to be played. I don't think that makes them bad. It just means that if you don't like that and it makes you upset, you're kind of in the wrong for expecting otherwise in a system that, again, facilitates and, if anything, encourages such behavior. Again, anyone who plays Ashes with the knowledge that it's a mandatory PvP should not complain when it affects their play. You went in, so hopefully knowing that was going to be a consequence of the system. And you can't put the blame on other players for engaging in the freedoms and the play that was presented to them by the system. Your problem comes from the game itself. In the legendary old school saying, don't hate the player, hate the game. And if you hate the game, don't play. Play something that is fitting for you. And I don't think either side are bad. The PvPers are doing what they're supposed to in the system that allows them to do it. And if you choose not to opt in the game anymore and play something else, you're not in the bad because you're making the best decision for your time and your enjoyment. So I do think that some of those dislikes are deserved based on his characterization of PvP players.
On your door again, looking for people to grief, hoping to get a quick, uneven exchange where they can kill you while you're mid-pull or outnumbered.
But keep in mind, that doesn't mean I now suddenly think the person who was the person who or persons who are bitching and moaning about his ad are any more in the right. Guess what? You're still fucking wrong, you morons. If you, again, notice what I'm doing. I'm hating on his bad points and takes and phrasings, which is the actual points you should be making. I'm not then crying like a baby over spilt milk about an ad you can skip. And an ad system like Advertising Raid Shadow Legends that hundreds, if not thousands of YouTubers who do that.
yet again. And
You're
I'm
both
not
wrong.
making this up out of thin air. These are not hypothetical situations. This is exactly what happens. Lineage 2 had the exact same open world design. It had the exact same flagging PvP system to a T. There is nothing different in the design of the PvP in AOC from Lineage 2 from 20 years ago that is going to stop this from happening. The system is inherently flawed. It rewards griefing. It rewards being an asshole. It promotes a style of play that ensures that only one group is allowed to have fun at a
I've said my
time.
piece
Now, I
about
said
that.
earlier,
Again,
you'd be lucky
you're
if
not
the
an asshole
sweatiest
for
PvP
engaging in
guild
the
on
systems the
server was
game
the
lets
one
you
locking
play.
the dungeon down.
Hate
And you're probably
the-
wondering,
don't hate the
why
player,
would I be
hate the
lucky
game.
if it's the sweatiest PvP guild on the server? Ah, my sweet summer lamb, ripe for the slaughter. You have so much to learn about purple and red flagging systems in an open world. The other option is, it's the RMT guild locking it down. The people, often from other countries, who turn playing this game into a job where they sell their drops and their gold for real money on third-party websites. They always have the best.
Okay, I'm gonna leave a dislike on Lucky's video for bringing that up, because for me, that's just as bad as someone bitching and moaning at him for his ad section of it. You're bringing up RMT in a video that you made it quite clear your focus is the mandatory PvP. Like, why? Like, he's about to get more in depth, hopefully, with the explanation of why he's bringing it up. But I don't like it. I hate that just as much as when you bring up a non-point to another point you're trying to make, which you've already made ad nauseum. You've yet to provide alternative systems in mind. And not that you have to, you're not the game designers, but you did pitch that you were going to do that. And if you don't, then that's a problem as well. But why are you bringing up RMT in a video that you yourself are focusing on? What you've said ad nauseum is the mandatory element of the PvP.
Best gear they always bought, and they're always reinforced by more bots. They are usually the only ones capable of keeping even the sweatiest PvP guilds out of an area. They will employ all of the dirtiest tricks in the book, including but not limited to the ones I've mentioned so far. They will also have new tricks. They will have characters that they bought up to high levels, specifically for going red on your group if you don't go away. They will run them into the dungeon and log them out there. Anytime you go into that dungeon to group up and they can't down you by griefing you, they log in their perma-red character and kill your healer. Usually quite effectively because this character is decked out. If you do kill it and it does drop some of its gear, they'll pick it up instantly, probably via some bot software that does so faster than any human could ever have a chance to compete against. Yes, this also actually happened. Again,
Okay, the botting element I get, but again, RMT, people bought with and without RMT involved. So I just, again, I don't agree with bringing up RMT personally.
I don't have to make this up. I lived it. And in the off chance you do get a piece
I'm not
of
saying they're
gear, it doesn't
unrelated
matter.
entirely,
They
but
have
I just-
literally unlimited funds to replace it.
I do
10
think
times
there's
over
separate
because
points
the game
and
is their
complaints to
job. They are
make.
literally selling their excess for real money. The more they keep you down, the more money they make by selling to that sweaty do anything to
But
win
to be
PvP
fair,
guild on the
He's making a good enough point of why he brought up RMT with the botting issue that I'll take away my dislike. But again, I just don't agree with that being brought up. You're continuing to make a point that you've already made, and yes, you're adding another point onto it with the botting, but that only does so much to what you already argued. Like, everyone already knows about, like, the potential for botting issues. That one especially, I think, is... Because thing is, there's plenty of things that developers can do to prevent botting. It's not... They're not going to 100% prevent it. Like, even the biggest MMOs with the best network security and databases and algorithms to detect those kind of things still have bot problems. Look at WoW, look at other games like WoW, like FF14. Invariably, you're not going to stop botting 100%, but that being said, there's really nothing you can do to prevent bots, whether the game was PvE or PvP. So that's why I have a bit of an issue with you bringing up RMT and botting in regards to the complaint about things that the Ashes of Creation devs can fix. They can't prevent 100% botting. Like, it's just, again... It's never going to be 100% prevented. Hopefully they'll take every effort to prevent it that they can, legally of course, but they're just not going to 100% prevent it. So I'm just going to have to say I just don't agree with it being brought up as an add-on to your point about quote-unquote sweaty griefers and the unpleasant experience of being ganked and griefed while trying to experience the game. It's just, I feel like you made your point. You should have moved on by now to the potential solutions that you have to offer instead of continuing to add to your point with stuff that I think is just in a way unfair to bring up. Because, again, there's just no way you're going to prevent botting, whether the game was PvE or PvP. And yes, because it is PvP focused, those bots are now going to present an extra layer of an issue because of what they're going to do to potentially harm the normal players. But they were going to hurt the players in one way or another anyway with their presence in a PvE server or PvP optional server or settings. Like, it's just, again, like, bots are a problem all round. So I would have just, again, moved on with my suggestions by now.
The server. And before you tell me that AOC will be the first MMO in history to not have any bots, please spare yourself the embarrassment. It will. Every MMO has bots. It is, however, possible that AOC does a better job than AAA companies like Blizzard and NCSoft at detecting and eliminating these bots. But even if
I don't think that's fair,
this
though.
unobtainable bot-free world that you so desire, all of the problems I mentioned about griefing are still there. The flagging system AOC is proposing is not going to work. Lineage 2 was an amazing game in its time, but the genre has evolved. EverQuest, which came out just a few years before, was also an amazing game in its time. Almost no one would play EverQuest now, and almost no one will endure this type of griefing in 2022 and beyond. They'll just quit. You will quit. I repeat, you will quit. AOC will be massive at launch.
Or you don't play it to begin with. Again, like, every player should do their due research before playing a game. If I get some people are going to jump in blind because of the fun of doing that sometimes, but then again, you still can't complain when there are systems that are built in the game that hurt your experience. You can complain about bugs and disconnects and things like that that aren't features of the game, but if the service of the game is mandatory PvP, that's you're complaining about an element of the game you are playing. If you didn't want that, you shouldn't be playing the game to begin with. And again, if you chose to do a blind playthrough, quit. If it's a subscription service game and your subscription, don't come back. Make an informed choice as a customer, as a consumer. It's like, okay, it's not the game for me. I don't want to invest in it. I don't enjoy this kind of game. Walk away. You know, you don't gotta go. The theatrics are unnecessary. And again, it's just the characterization element. I do think that there's dislikes, to be fair, on Lucky Ghost for that one, because it's just, dude, you're putting a lot of onus on the players being like the bad guy in the situation for, again, playing as the game allows them to.
And we will all watch its player base deteriorate. It will then have a fraction of the income that it needs to put out epic size expansions on par with major MMOs today.
Which
the
is
flagging
quite
system
a
doesn't work as well as it needs to. It
possibility.
doesn't protect the masses.
And that's the only part I do agree with, is if it's got mandatory PvP and that's it, and this flagging system is what, you know, I think it might be, based on not having looked into it. If it's just like tagging people with certain labels, hell, even if you provide rewards for the players who don't have those tags for taking them down, like a bounty system, it still only does so much to dissuade people from being PvPers in a PvP focused game. Like, you know, that does present a lot of problems, and I do think the game is gonna not have as much success as it could have if it had a PvE safe zone, if you will, for those who wanted to engage in that. If it doesn't have that, then yeah, it's going to hemorrhage players, and it's going to have a lot less support than it likely would have deserved. I do think both sides have to accept that as true, right? Like, regardless of whether you are a PvP focused player, I don't think, if you're honest with yourself and you're not delusional, you have to understand that PvP, especially exclusive PvP players, are a niche community within the MMO community, within the mmorpg community especially. You're not the majority. You're not even close to the majority. You're not even half of the community. You're not a third. I'd say you're at most a fourth of the MMO communities is the exclusive PvP. Now, I would say the majority of players like a level of PvP to their games, like, again, opting in kind of systems, like either the option of a PvE or PvP server, or though I hate that system, it is still a form of opting into it with like a PvP, a toggleable PvP like war mode and WoW. Like those systems, I think those are good systems. Well, not the second one. Again, I prefer there to be a zone that is mandatory PvP, like a PvP server, but then also have the opposite, right? I like that more than a toggleable PvP, because I don't know, like there's just, for me that's annoying, and it does kind of remove that significance, because what if you are one of the people who want to engage in PvP and want that to be a regular thing? You don't want people to be able to toggle that on and off in the zone that you're playing. You know, you want that to be a constant law around you as you play, not have it be a guess who kind of thing. So I just don't like the toggleable system. That's me. So, yeah, but on point, I do think that the Ashes will not grow that much if it does maintain its course of a mandatory PvP. I know I won't get it if it's mandatory PvP, but that's just because it's not my bag. I don't think the game should change its core identity or change its route. Hopefully it is extremely successful, and I'm underestimating the sheer amount of PvP-oriented players there are out there. I just don't think that's the case. I do think the vast majority of MMORPG players are PvE-oriented with a level of PvP, but they're not exclusive PvP players. So yeah, I definitely agree with that point that it's not going to be as successful as other games. Do I think it's going to be dead on arrival? Possibly. Again, I have to look at the corruption system. For me, that is going to shift me one way or the other if it's going to be a DOA, or if it's going to be a game that's just going to struggle, or if it's going to be a game that succeeds immensely. That system they have will define a lot of that. But at worst, it could possibly be dead on arrival. Because financially, games like this do need a huge amount of support, and if it's a pay to play, like just buy the game and play, then and it doesn't have a microtransaction store of any kind, it has no way for the community to continue to support it directly, it might very well hemorrhage quite a bit and might not make enough money to sustain it, which is a huge issue. Like MMOs live and die off of the amount of players in them, and they also grow and innovate based on the financial resources that they generate. And if you don't have enough players investing in your game in one way or another, whether it's subscription or buy to play or free to play with microtransactions, if you don't have enough pool of a player base to invest in it and grow it, the developers can only do so much to continue to add to it and pay their salaries and pay for their food and pay for their lights done and pay for the server fees. There's only so much they'll be able to afford. So yeah, there's plenty here to be concerned about. But at the same time, I'm not going to write off the game because I don't know about the corrupted system that well, and B, even when I look into it, whether it's one way or another, whether it's something I fearfully suspect or if it's better than what I suspect, invariably a dedicated mandatory PvP system is going to have a lot less players than a game that allows you to play PvE undisturbed. That's just the point. The only point so far I agree with he's making.
And
With
it rewards
some
foul
smaller things
play.
he's mentioned,
It
I agree with.
creates a toxic culture in the game where the most unpleasant types of personalities survive and thrive. But there are a small percentage of players who
I don't agree with that. Well, I agree that it's going to foster shitty ass people, but that's what you expect in a mandatory PvP experience. Like, people shit talk. Now, yeah, there is a level of shit talk, and then there's a level of saying just purely degenerate, horrible things. And yeah, PvP games are going to invite both crowds, but all games do anyway, even if you're PvE. So I'm sorry, like that, you're not protected from the shitty people just because you're PvE or PvE. That's neither here nor there. But PvP does invite a lot more shit talking, and again, you're going in with that expectation, hopefully. If you go in and complain about that, I'm sorry to break it to you, that's on you, not the game or not the player base. Because it's their community, it's their space. They defined it for themselves like that. If you have a problem with it, Again, old school saying, don't hate the player, hate the fucking game.
to enjoy this. Don't worry, I have a solution for you too that will make you sweaty hardcore PvPers happy. My goal here isn't to have the devs create a game that you can enjoy. I am not trying to take away your PvP experience.
Okay,
I am trying to ensure that AOC is popular enough to get massive expansions that keep the game alive and thriving for both the PvE and the PvP. In the game where the most AOC will be massive at launch, and we will all watch its player base deteriorate. It will then have a fraction of the income that it needs to put out epic size expansions on par with major MMOs today. The flagging system doesn't work as well as it needs to. It doesn't protect the masses, and it rewards foul play. It creates a toxic culture in the game where the most unpleasant types of personalities survive and thrive. But there are a small percentage of players who enjoy this. Don't worry, I have a solution for you too that will make you sweaty hardcore PvPers happy. My goal here isn't to have the devs create a game that you can enjoy. I am not trying to take away your PvP experience. I am trying to ensure that AOC is popular enough to get massive expansions that keep the game alive and thriving for both the PvE and the PvP players. Make no mistake, if this game is made for the super small subset of MMO players that enjoy this type of content, it will not get exciting expansions on the scale of other MMOs today. Right now, this is being made for PvP Andies who are already a small subset of the already niche community that is the MMO player base. And it's not even made for all PvPers. It's made for the ones who want PvP all the time with no way to turn it off. A microscopic portion of the already tiny MMO community.
I don't know if I'll agree with microscopic, but they're a minority within, they're a niche community within the MMO communities. Like, I hope no one who is a exclusive PvPer thinks otherwise. If you do, I hate to break it to you, your perception is not reality. You guys are the minority. Most players actually want a focus on PvE and a choice to opt into PvP in either the form of like a choice to play in one server or another, or a toggleable, even though I don't like that system personally, but a toggleable system or a game mode system, kind of like, you know, a Battlegrounds or an FF14, again, Crystalline Conflict and Frontlines. Like, they want that option. They don't want to be forced into it. If they feel like they're forced into it and they're not that kind of player, which, again, most are not dedicated, focused PvPers. So yeah, the Ashes is looking at having a tiny audience.
There aren't enough of you. I'm sorry. Without the unwashed masses that are the PvE gigachads, Ashes will not receive the continued subscription numbers to put out impressive expansions. Right now, AOC is making money hand over fist from those unwashed masses that you PvP players so despise. They are buying this game thinking it's going to be their next World of Warcraft.
Again, though, that's the only part I'm going to say that's fact, is that they're a niche community. Whether or not that'll be enough to maintain Ashes of Creation, well, again, I don't know the exact number. There's a shit ton of people like mmorpgs, so even a niche within such as that could still be enough to maintain and sustain the game. I just don't know. I don't have the stats in front of me. So that's the part I'm shaky on, is whether that'll be... And again, there might be a level of PvE-focused players that might enjoy this if the flagging system is good enough to protect them and feel like a system that allows them to opt into it. And you know, if it doesn't feel like it protects you from getting ganked and griefed, then it might as well not be there for all the good it's going to do someone who isn't that kind of personality that likes to constantly be fighting over everything.
Not realizing it's an always-on PvP grief fest in the making. Oh, you think Asmin or any big streamer is going to enjoy this game? Yeah, right. Those PvP guilds will make sure that every player that streams this game is miserable. They will show up and wipe your group
For some reason, my brain took what he said Asmin, and I literally, like, in my head, ASMIN. So I was like, Asmin? But no, Asmogan. Sorry. I'm an idiot.
And every time they please. Streamers will be forced to leave. PvEers will be forced to leave. So please consider you and I on the same.
I should probably mention this right now. My name is not based on Asmongold's. It's based off of Asmodai, who is a character in Warhammer 40k. He's a Dark Angel's chaplain. And his name is based off of Asmodeus, which is a Hebrew figure in the Bible. I think it's actually a demon. But the point is, like, it's not based on Asmongold. Before anyone thinks they got a gotcha. No, sorry, no.
same team, my PvP brethren. I am just from the future.
Not that I dislike him or
already
anything,
played
just
this
my
game.
name's not
I have
based on
already
this.
seen how this PvP system plays out. I am the lucky ghost of AOC past. But let's continue. The next type of griefing is less important, so I'll keep it brief, but it's probably something that should ideally be addressed. And I'm bringing it up in hopes that we as a community can have a constructive conversation about something that can easily erode the enjoyment of a game like this. That is an open world game where anyone can walk into your dungeon while you're doing it. Anyone can walk into your raid while you're doing it. There's another type of griefing known as training, or rather grabbing a ton of mobs from other parts of the dungeon and then dragging them over to your group and dropping them on you, resulting in your death. Your group was capable of handling the 5 to 10 mobs that they had pulled, but the 20 to 30 mobs that another player just drug over your group is another story. You're going to wipe if the developers don't protect you from this. This is a way that groups grief each other even without having to go purple, circumventing the
Okay, again, Lucky is spending so much of this fucking video explaining and doing so ad nauseum. And don't get me wrong, I fall into that trap from time to time, but dude, you really need to like get to your suggestions. Like, what is it that the devs can do outside of the system they've already proposed to protect players, and give the players what feels like, again, that system to protect them, that allows them to choose to PvP or not. In a sense, of course.
The flagging system entirely. This does not add any positive experiences to the game. Certainly protect you from this. This is a way that groups grief each other even without having to go purple, circumventing the flagging system entirely. This does not add any positive experiences to the game. It's just another way of rewarding foul play and allowing it to ruin the fun for an entire group of people. My question to you is, what could the developers do to prevent this? What kind of aggro rules could they use to ensure that you can't simply abuse bad AI in this way? How do you prevent one player from wiping any group they want by simply dragging?
Okay, wait, you're asking the audience, because earlier in the video you said you had suggestions.
A dungeon's worth of mobs onto them. You can't just make super short leashes, because then everyone just skips the dungeon and runs to the end, right? So what can the developers do? And also, what can they do to prevent people from simply griefing you until you leave the cool new dungeon node that was unlocked? Ashes of Creation is going to have two types of PvP. One is the PvP mentioned here already. The no rules barred open world exchanges between groups of all sizes. Typically, these will not be even from simply griefing you until you. So what can the developers do? And also, what can they do to prevent people from simply griefing you until you leave the cool new dungeon node that was unlocked? Ashes of Creation is going to have two types of PvP. One is the PvP mentioned here already. The no rules barred open world exchanges between groups of all sizes. Typically, these will not be even matches. The engaging group will make sure they have more players than the group they engage with. They will make sure they have better gear. They will make sure they are higher level, and they will probably make sure that the group they are engaging with is mid-combat with some NPC enemies. The other type of PvP is the more organized and scheduled castle sieges, where guilds sign up to help other guilds defend or attack a castle. This massive scale organized PvP tends to be one that many more players enjoy. It's scheduled, it's all out, and everyone is there to PvP, and there's a lot on the line. Economically, the winning side makes an combat with some NPC and they are higher level and sizes. Typically, these will not. The nation skips the dungeon and runs to the end, right? Prevent one player from wiping any group they want by simply dragging a dungeon's worth of mobs onto them. You can't just make super short leashes, because also, what can they do to prevent people from simply griefing? Two types of PvP. One is the PvP mentioned here already.
I'm just making sure I absolutely understand. I'm sorry I'm going back quite a bit here, but I'm make sure I'm not missing any details.
No rules barred open world exchanges between groups of all sizes. Typically, these will not be even matches. The engaging group will make sure they have more players than the group they engage with. They will make sure they have better gear. They will make sure they are higher level, and they will probably make sure that the group they are engaging with is mid-combat with some NPC enemies. The other type of PvP is the more organized and scheduled castle sieges, where guilds sign up to help other guilds defend or attack
Okay, so this is his actual suggestion.
A castle. This massive scale organized PvP tends to be one that many more players enjoy. It's scheduled, it's all out, and everyone is there to PvP.
Okay, so his suggestion. Okay, so he did make a suggestion. So this comment is indeed wrong. Sorry to break it to you, fella. You did indeed lie. Obviously, I'm being exaggerative. You probably didn't lie. You probably missed it. And to be fair, I can't blame you. I will throw this out. Lucky, you ramble quite a bit, and you didn't really transition properly into your explanation there of your suggestion. Like, if it were me, I would have actually had like an annotation come up and go, all right, the suggestions, and I would have laid them out. Instead, you just kind of go from rambling about explaining ad nauseum this stuff for over 16 minutes. And then when you finally do start to explain your suggestion, you really just kind of slide into it. You sound the same. Like there's really no visual cue or anything else to really slip into what you're suggesting. So I can't really blame anybody for missing that.
And there's a lot on the line. Economically, the winning side makes a ton of money, and so there's a lot of incentive to successfully defend or attack these castles. Again, we know this because it's straight from Lineage 2. So I'm gonna propose a solution where everyone wins, where the PvPers get what the PvPers want, and the PvEers get what the PvEers want, one of which is to drastically improve their planned flagging.
Never mind. He did put up annotations. My apologies. Should have waited. So, yeah, this guy's especially wrong. Bro, I could timestamp this shit. Oh, dude. Fuck. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I'm actually gonna... Hold on. Before I lose this spot, the creation. Hold on. I will have to. Sorry about
system to prevent people from simply circumventing all of its punishments by griefing people until they die. Perhaps there should be a separate meter that fills up when you attack a white or non-combatant player. This would limit the number of times you could grief an individual that wasn't interested in fighting back. The meter would eventually fill up all the way and turn the player corrupt if they harass the non-combatant player too many times in a defined period of time. This would at least prevent a player from infinitely harassing a player or group who wasn't interested in PvP. It would also limit the number of people's days one player could negatively impact through griefing. I think something like this alone would greatly reduce the amount of ill-intentioned griefing on the server and greatly improve the experience of the average player. Any portion of this meter that is filled by attacking a non-combatant player would be reset if that player decided to attack back. This way, we're not preventing the number of meaningful PvP engagements a player can have, just the number of times a player can grief another player. This still wouldn't protect the average unwashed masses that are the PvE MMO players, but it would at least be a step in the right direction to mitigating some of the griefing that will inevitably cause all.
It's not a bad system, but again, not knowing what the game already has, the corruption system, I don't know if it's better than what they have. But with it being explained in its own pocket, I can see an argument for it. Like looking at it in its own pocket, it's not a bad idea. Like having a meter that fills up if you harass a player who's flagged themselves to be non-combatant, or is not fighting you directly, and you're just attacking them. Yeah, I can see it. But again, like the most it'll do is label you corrupted. So again, there needs to be more to it than just a label.
All of them to leave, and make no mistake, they will leave.
Or not even have a corruption-esque system and just have again PvP servers or PvE servers. But I digress.
So will their subscription. And if you didn't know, PvE players prop up massive MMOs. PvE players keep massive MMOs afloat. Period. And more realistically, this next thing is probably the best solution. And it's simple. It's effective. It's not reinventing any wheels, and there really aren't any downsides. Perhaps the developers should just consider two types of servers: AOC PvE servers and AOC PvP servers. Let the PvPers that have been furious.
I mean, that's a system I do have to agree with Lucky here. I have to agree with Lucky. Have PvP and PvE servers. I know a lot of people, like even in just remembering Lazy Peon's video, he does mention that's a huge amount of difficulty for the developers. they'd have to like divide their focus between trying to balance and set up a PvE and PvE servers. And Lazy Peon did complain that with the PvE servers would just be like a sightseeing, or he said something else, sightseeing, or a similar word to sightseeing, or vacation. He says, I don't know, the word I'm looking for is like around that kind of verbiage, but basically it would just be the gawkers, right? And that would be the deviation from what the developers envisioned, and that could present a lot of problems. But that being said, the question really comes down to, do they want... The game's not out yet. It's not even in Alpha 2 yet. So if they're going to make a change like that and decide to start orienting towards that, it might delay development quite a bit, but if we're looking at long-term success for the game, and if they do want to rise to be a MMO of at the very least, the success of WoW at its best, I gotta say, what's wrong with giving the PvE players their sightseeing or their discount server of not being ganked all the fucking time? At the end of the day, the PvP players, I gotta ask you, like, what's wrong with giving them that? Like, it's like, oh, well, it's gonna divide the community. There's already gonna be arbitrary divisions, and it's not gonna really divide it as much as it's gonna provide two communities for the same game. Because here's the thing, the people who were going to be in those PvP servers, I don't know if you have this vision of, oh, if we don't have PvE servers, those same players who would have gone to PvE will go to PvP and stay there and let me gank them. No, like, the people who would have occupied that PvE space would have occupied it and won't occupy PvP space. I don't think you're like fully understanding yourself. Like, there's already these walls. Like, the game wouldn't be creating walls; they already exist. Those same PvE players are not going to stick around if they're forced in the PvP server. They'll never try the game to begin with. But if you have a PvE server, they will go to that PvE server and they will occupy the game. But if they don't have that space, they're not going to magically occupy the PvP space for you to have countless hapless victims. I'm sorry, but that's not how that's going to work. I hope you don't have this delusion of, if we don't have PvE servers, the people who would have been on those PvE servers are going to now be in the PvP servers. No, they're not going to be in the game at all. They're not going to buy it. They're not going to subscribe to it. They're not going to buy its microtransactions. And they're not going to financially support it. So, like, I hope no one has that delusion. I hope no one there's no division happening. People are just not going to play PvP. The difference is, at least in one scenario, they actually play the game and add to the game's revenue. So you, as a PvPer, can see the game continue to survive, thrive, and develop. And you get to have your space, which will have been filled with the players that you're playing with anyway. So I do have to say that unless this corruption system, if I look into it, is more than just a color flagging type deal thing, then if it's not more than that, and it's just flagging someone as like, hey, they're a PKer that will kill you even if you're minding your own fucking business, that's just not going to do much. It's not enough for people who, again, enjoy PvE-oriented experience to suddenly occupy that space just to get ganked by you so you can stroke your dick. Sorry. This is not how it works. Not how it works. Yeah, exactly. What Jenny just said in the chat. We non-PvPers will just go back to FF14 with our pretty cat girls. Exactly. It's like they'll just go to the other games. They're not going to occupy a space that they never would have to begin with. So there's no division in the community going to happen because those divides already exist. There are people who are simply not going to be there if they have to PvP.
Seriously listening to this YouTube video with steam coming out of their ears at the mere thought of turning this game into some kind of disgusting Care Bear MMO. Let them keep their PvP-centric AOC game just the way it's been designed, but also create a version of this game that will appeal to far, far more players. A version of this game where you can't attack a player unless they've opted into PvP. The PvE servers would still have plenty of PvP content. PvE servers would still have sieges, wars, caravans, dueling, etc. Tons of opt-in PvP. But you would not be able to as easily grief other players into quitting the game entirely. You wouldn't be able to ruin other people's dungeon experiences. You wouldn't be able to do the same during raids. Or maybe you do something completely different and you have specific areas that are PvP on and areas that are PvP off on one server. Some nodes are PvP, some nodes are PvE. Some dungeons allow it, some don't. But the fact is, if you don't give the PvE players that have no interest in griefing other people into quitting and have no interest in being the player that is griefed until they quit, if you don't give these players a way to play the game, or if you don't come up with a better plan to protect them from the bad apples, you're gonna watch as griefers destroy your player numbers. You're gonna watch as the launch is marred with negative headlines and a mass exodus from the game. Players complaining about dying and dropping their loot. Players complaining about being camped. Players complaining about not being able to go solo in the new cool areas you added, or group in the newly unlocked nodes because they just get griefed when they go to these places anyway. I know this video probably angered a lot of you, but remember, I'm trying to help AOC, not kill AOC. I'm here to stop the griefing. I'm not here to stop the PvP. There's a massive difference there, and I hope that's what you focus on. I selfishly want this game to succeed so that I can get lost in it for months and for years. I want it to do well so that I can make content about it for months and for years, but I am also a realist. I know that sucking in the copium and pretending that a PvP-centric MMO is going to be just fine and do well is a lie. And I know what's happened to every PvP MMO ever released. Their expansions are small, their lives are short, and their declines often very rapid. And I don't want to see that happen to AOC. There needs to be a version of this game that appeals to and maintains the attention of the PvE player. If not, then I guess there's always that Riot MMO, right boys? Suck down that copium. Sound off in the comments below. I really hope you try to come up with solutions instead of attacks. It doesn't matter how much you hate PvE Care Bears or sweaty PvPers, but if you type out a comment with a proposed solution, you could be the person that saves AOC. So go and try, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get a version of this game that
Alright, so by the sounds of it, he's more or less, like, we're more or less done with the video. Like, everything else, I'm sure, is just, like, house cleaning stuff. Alright, so... Lucky, I'm gonna have to hit you with this. I struggle to decide if I want to leave a dislike or a like. Because the thing is, the video, most of the video, you spend so much time, like, more or less repeating yourself. Like, you really try and hit home, like, everything about, like, how PvP works and, like, what the downside, like, all this stuff is just common knowledge. So it felt like you could have condensed this video a lot more. And the second complaint I have about this video is you spend so much time characterizing PvPers in this really negative light, when again the context in which you're hating on them is you're hating on them for engaging in the systems that are provided to them. That's just not fair. Like, it's not fair. Like, I know life's not fair, but it's just, I just can't agree with it. I can't agree with hating on a player for the systems that they're provided to play with, and banter and shit talking that happens in PvE and PvP. People will just do it more in PvP because it's just the mindset you're gonna be in. You're in a competitive environment. That's fine. Like, I don't think you're bad for engaging in that. So yeah, I just don't agree with those two things in this video, and they do kind of make me want to dislike it because of the characterization. But it's not enough to discount the points he's making, and I do agree with the essence of some of the stuff he's saying, with most of the stuff he's saying, and I do agree with the idea of making a PvP and PvE server, because again, if people are under this mindset that it's going to divide the quote-unquote community, it's not. Those divides already exist. You'd simply just be inviting in the people on the other side of the wall that are already on that other side. Like it's the people who were going to PvP are going to PvP regardless. The people who don't want to PvP, on the other hand, they're not going to be there if it's mandatory PvP, but they will be there if there's PvE and there's a way to not engage in that element of the game. So it's simply a matter of them being there or not a matter of them being divided or removed from you to prey upon. I hate to break it to you. And yes, the PvP community, the dedicated PvPers out there are the minority. You are the minority of this entire environment of MMO players and players as a whole. Most people prefer a PvE experience. If you don't like that truth, that's not really like that's a whole nother problem. But again, you're not a bad person because you like the PvP and shit talk and have that experience. There should be games that cater to you in that. Are there enough of you though to sustain an MMO, an mmorpg, and potential expansions? That's where things get a little hazy for me. If the corruption system is better than I think it is, maybe it is this innovative system that makes it so you can have a mandatory PvP world, but that won't feel like it's robbing people who have a more PvE mindset from having fun. Who's to say? But that requires the system to be very, very refined and work really, really well. If it's just a tagging system, if it's literally just, hey, this guy's a meanie who will kill you, that doesn't really do much to save you when he comes over and kills you. Like, man, I'd have to look into that more before. But based on not knowing the corruption system and just the idea of a mandatory PvP system and how players work with the PvE system, yeah, no, I'm sorry, but this game may very well crash and burn if it decides to stay just PvP. Might. Keep in mind, I don't know that. There may very well be enough dedicated PvPers out there to keep this game not only afloat, but thriving. But I don't know that, and I struggle to believe that. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I don't want this game to crash and burn, and I'm certainly not going to tell people not to play it. That's an informed decision you have to make. If they do stand by their guns and decide to release it as just a pure PvP game, by all means, that's their vision, that's what they want to do. And if that's what you as a player want to engage in, absolutely. But you can't then complain if the game crashes and burns because it's just not getting enough revenue from players who aren't going to want to engage in that environment. You have no right to complain. Those are people who don't find that fun. So yeah, there's a lot of complexity here, and I see what both sides are going to say, but I definitely know where I lean based just on the information I have. I'm going to look into the corrupted system though and look more into that. But yeah, that's getting this context though, I can definitely see why people dislike the video. I lucky if you see this, man. I'm not shitting on you, and I'm not. Well, thing is, I will shit on you a little bit, dude. Don't characterize people like this. I do think it's a little unfair to hate on people and call them like the sweaty griefers and stuff. If you do it a couple times in the video, I'd get it as a joke, but throughout the video, you really hammer that out. So it's clear you have a problem with people who enjoy PvP experiences and do the shit talking and stuff. But again, you can't really put that on them. That's them enjoying the systems that they've been provided. It's just, don't like it, don't engage. That's all I can say. Anyway, that's it from me, guys. If you disagree, fine, feel free to. Leave a comment if you feel like leaving a comment. Leave a like if you feel like leaving a like. Leave a dislike if you're leaving a dislike. I like the engagement regardless. Anyway, yep, that's it for me. I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye. Yeah, and we're going to wrap up the stream, guys. Oh, man. Yeah, Oh, wow, I went a lot longer than I expected. Okay. Yeah, damn. Wait, I went a whole nother hour going over that rant. I didn't even realize. I'm still gonna stream New World. It's gonna probably not be as long of a stream as I thought, but yeah, I'm still gonna stream New World. I get to sleep in tomorrow, and tomorrow's a day I'm not making any content, so Thanksgiving and all. So yeah, I could stay up late tonight, but still, I did not mean to make this a 7-hour affair. Anyway. Catch you later. Bye-bye.